good moon. Okay. Got a good moon. Well, we're gonna get moon set. Yep.
Talk when you fish, or you quiet?
You can do either.
Well, I mean, if you talk to me, I'll talk to you, but they can hear that. So, if you talk, I mean, it's different, you know. I've had a few guys say that you will talk to me. If you don't, I'll leave.
I'm in.
Technicality right out of the gate. going better than yesterday. I got a bite.
All right, good morning, everybody. We are back after a brief break. We're back for head-to-head fishing, the Bago beatdown. Matt Trott sitting right next to me is Russell. How are you today?
I'm doing fantastic. Yourself?
Not too bad. We have the Bago beatdown here, the Walleye Fest. What do you think we're going to see this week, Russ?
Well, I know from talking to some of the guys and fishing Winnebago a little bit myself in the past week or two, fishing is quite tough with the crazy Wisconsin weather we've had. No doubt about it. We need spring to arrive, and it sure hasn't shown up yet. But it does look like later in the week, as I almost say every tournament it seems like now, later in the week the weather's going to get nice. That hasn't happened in most tournaments. I'm hoping this week it proves to be a little bit different. But we've got a star-studded cast of characters here for the next how many days.
You want to go over day one matches?
Yeah, because we're going to do our bracket right away. You and I got some bracket madness to do here. Ooh, we got some action here.
So
well, we're looking
kind of curious what we're going to see today. I think we're going to see some trolling, and we're going to see some jigging, pitching stuff. So it should be interesting. How's everybody out there in chat land? Remember, you can watch Head-to-Head Fishing, the Bago Beatdown on Facebook, YouTube, and you can head over to headtoheadfishing.com.
Well, it looks like so far already we're seeing trolling, jigging, and flies in the river.
Oh,
there's two guys pulling flies at the 41 bridge. I've seen 3 or 4 guys already trolling, and I saw Justin Schneider look like he was jigging some structure. I know if I was in the event, I would be in the river with these conditions, at least for the opening round. Just due to the cold front conditions, I think the river fish are least affected by that. But I do know from fishing an event last weekend, not this past weekend, the weekend before, excuse me, there was some really nice fish out in the lake. It's just a matter of trying to get them to bite.
Gotcha. How's everybody? I know there's been quite a few people that have been kind of fiending, you could say, over the head-to-head for a week. It was weird last week. I think quite a few of us here at the Head-to-Head Studios kind of took a break, got out and did some fishing and some other outside activities. So hopefully everybody out there is having a great start to the week and excited for the Bago beatdown here. We kind of go over some of the matchups. So right away here we got Justin Schneider versus Nick Schrader. Looks like Justin's, like you said, maybe jigging on some structure. Nick's pulling some boards. You want a fin fact already for this morning, Russell?
I'm ready.
Nick Schrader was one of our cameramen for H2H, the original kickoff in 2019.
Oh, wow. So another one of the guys that camera guy, fisherman.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Well, you're really hammering down. There's a lot of new faces to the Bago stuff this week, a lot of the walleye stuff. So
yeah, I think the tournament director Kyle told us only 4 of the 16 were returnees, so 12 new guys.
Yeah, as I'm looking through the bracket, remember you can go to h2hfishing.com to print off your own bracket. I see Kurt Grable, Kurt the Killer as you like to call him.
Yep.
Then Brett Walzer, Jake Lapine, and RJ Harwood.
Correct. We're looking live here at Travis Delude. Wesley Ruff. I was gonna say I thought I saw Travis trolling before. Wesley is pulling flies at the 41 bridge there. He's one of the 2 guys. Kurt the Killer was the other guy. Said he had a bite. Oh, Wesley's hooked up. Oh, and he missed him.
So he's pulling flies. Yep. A lot of those guys are going to have those bait casters with those clickers
flipping
on
switches.
the abos. Yep.
Flipping switches. I really like the new Okuma Convector low profile because it's kind of a double-sided type of reel. You can use it for long line trolling, but has the flipping switch as well for flies. So now you can see Kurt the Killer there. He's on your left-hand side of your screen. He's pulling flies there, and he's got an extra rod and a holder. Probably a 3-way rig with a floating Rapala, just dancing in the current as he's working back and forth.
So we're breezing through here. Oh, Kurt's putting on a clinic already, if it's the right species.
Yeah, you're going to see with these fly guys a lot of wrong species. White bass, sheephead, potentially small walleyes, which is what he's got right there, it looks like.
Yep.
You're going to see a lot of that with those guys. The fly. Good job by Kurt letting that fish go below the
the gunnel there and
Yep.
making sure that he released it clean. Rachel says,
Big
hello,
improvement over
handsome.
yesterday.
Morning,
Caught a walleye
Rachel.
today. That's a start. If I could clamp all three of them together on the scale, I'd make a 1.8. Three of them just
Oh, and that's
like
a good
that guy.
point. I mean, we've lowered the
Pretty
weight
good
limit
shape.
for this event from 2 pounds down. It's the 1.8 or 1 pound, 8 ounces. Yes, I quickly corrected myself. Didn't need the stream to blow up.
Especially when you go to a cool camera guy.
So we're looking at Wesley and Tom. Tom looks like he's trolling south of Oshkosh along the shoreline down there, somewhere in that Stony Point, Roll Point, somewhere down in that Long Point, inside edge of Long Point area.
So we got a couple of questions we'll get caught up here on in the chat. First one is what reel has the flipping switch they're using? You said it's Abu Garcia.
Well, one of the reels that they could be using is an Abu Garcia Silver Max. That one has a flip and switch, and then the other one that I switched to this year that I really like is the Okuma Convector Low Profile, and that one kind of works as a double header. You know, it's a line counter trolling style reel, but it also has the flip and switch, which is really nice. Looking here at Justin Schneider and Nick Schrader.
Then we have another question. Where was it? Back in.
Somebody asked about water temp. I know the water temp has dropped 10 plus degrees in the last 8 days. From a week ago yesterday, when I fished an event, to yesterday, it's over 10 degree drop. That's definitely part of the reason why the fishing has gotten slow. Yeah, these cold nights, I saw somebody just post that there's 20 some degrees at night is killing the fishing. We need this weather to warm up. I saw late in the week, you know, and early next week, 70s.
Yeah, and it's cold at night, which is obviously no good. Frost warnings for a lot of the state, so.
Yeah, I think it's low 40s right now.
Morning, Jerry.
Morning, Jerry.
Well, I don't really feel like retying that sinker right now. I wasn't expecting a bite out of either of these rods, but there's no way I'm not going to have all three lines in, or all three hooks in the water. You never know.
What's the setup for pulling flies, Al asks?
Setup for pulling flies is a pencil style sinker, and then most guys run 2 flies on 1 rod. They use a 3-way swivel to be able to run 2 different flies, a longer lead and a short lead. Some guys run 6 foot, 3 feet. Some guys run 8 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot, 4 foot. Totally personal preference there.
So remind your friends out there that head-to-head is back on after that week break here, and we're on Bago Beatdown. So right now is a great time for, if you wouldn't mind, sharing this and letting all your friends know that we're back here streaming. And now we go on a run again for a while here. We got some events stacked on top of each other, so there shouldn't really be a break. All the information, again, is really easy to find. Just go to h2hfishing.com. Morning, Robert. Good morning, everybody. There's a lot of people saying it's cold, and some people have snow on the ground. And What size hook do you normally use on the flies?
Most guys are obviously buying their flies packaged and ready to go, so it's what that manufacturer is using. I believe a lot of guys are using like a size 4, I think, single hook. I'm not even 100% sure. We sell Hutch's flies here. They come ready to rock and roll. Yes, John. Captain Keller is fishing tomorrow. He's in tomorrow's lineup. Yeah, there you go. There's a Hutch's walleye flies. I think they're on a number 4 hook. Justin looks cold. It definitely looks cold out there. Troy Peterson says 2s and 4s. So yeah, that's... Ooh, we might have a guy. Nick Schrader might be hooked up here. He is, yep.
That ain't supposed to happen.
Doesn't look like it's anything major.
Ryan says 70 in Florida, but how's the walleye bite?
Well, there's a walleye. Boy, that one's gonna be close.
Now remember, again, like we just talked about, is the 2 pound
Oh, got him.
in done net. So now this fish, remember, has to weigh 1 pound 8 ounces in order to qualify for this event.
Yep, Nick Schrader might be the first guy on the board here.
Well, let's see if she comes alive.
Looks like a decent sized fish. I think that one's gonna probably make it.
0.
Looks like about an 18-inch fish to me. It's gonna be close to Sauger. He might be up on the north end.
$1.13.
Oh, nope.
1.12.
Yeah. 112. You will have a 2-minute fish landing violation for scraping it across the top of the gun hole.
That's pretty close. It'll reel in your other rod as well.
All right, there we have Nick Schrader is going to be serving a little bit of a timeout here.
Well, Nick should have our first legal walleye on the board.
Yeah, I think he said 1 pound 12 ounces.
Yeah,
right?
I was a little confused, but yeah, it should be 1.12.
Penalty, or are you gonna?
You can process the fish first, and then take the penalty.
Well, it doesn't weigh anyway.
Yeah, it does.
This is camera 4. Yeah, he's gonna process the fish and then take the penalty. Clear his other rod.
We got the correction going on here. A lot of people in the chat say, yeah, 112 will weigh. That's for sure. So remember, we made the slight switch, and Nick may be slightly confused, remembering that most of the events are 2 pound, just because of the the bite being tough right now, and we're kind of rolling with the punches. We've lowered it down to 1 pound 8 ounces.
I think he got the weight changed. He got the weight change in his mind. I think where guys get confused is a lot of people think 1 pound, 1.12 on the scale is 1.1. but it's 1 pound, 12 ounces.
Right,
So that's good.
right.
I don't think he's confused that it's less than 2 pounds. I think he was confused on what it weighed, because those scales get you kind of goofed up, right? I mean,
Yeah, saugers will count. That's
yeah,
for sure.
absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's our first sauger of any event so
I think
far.
so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I haven't.
There's
really,
not a lot of them in the De Pere area.
No,
the Fox,
I haven't.
Is there?
I haven't caught too many in Green Bay.
So yeah, Nick Schrader should have the very first Bago beatdown legal fish.
Sure appreciate everybody who's up this morning and on with us. Yeah, Rich Stadler, who I believe is fishing tomorrow against Jake Lapine, he just said I think he was thinking 1 pound, 1.2, and that yeah. I think people get confused with that. I even have to admit I get confused with that a little bit. It's sort of tricky. I think he wasn't thinking about the fact that it was 12 ounces. He was thinking 1 pound, 1.2 ounces. So.
Yeah, and Garrett's got a nice comment about the Rapala high contrast scales. He said he used one. They are very easy to use. You know, I think some of the error that we see mostly that happens is just panic.
Yeah.
You know,
Guys
going
are
a little
excited.
too fast. Yep.
Yeah, guys are excited.
I have one. It works flawlessly.
Yep, guys are excited, so it'll be good. I mean, I knew when I saw that fish that wasn't a 1 pound fish. I mean, I didn't know if it'd get over the 1.5 mark, but I knew that wasn't a 1 pounder. That looked like an 18-inch fish.
Yep. The penalty was if you saw when he netted that fish, Nick, the fish in the basket hit the side of the boat. Like, he didn't mean to do it, but it slightly dragged across the top of the gunnel, and that is where a 2-minute penalty comes into play. There are a couple of options for those who are new to head-to-head fishing here for penalties. What we saw is a release has to be below the gunnel. We saw Kurt do that right away with that small walleye. When you net the fish, obviously that has to be a clean transition from the water to the deck or the floor of the boat, meaning it can't bounce off a motor, electronic, anything like that. Otherwise, a 2-minute penalty is enforced. Getting out of the boat for any reason.
Oh, hooked up.
Oh, here we go. It's quick action there by Travis. Steve, I think I do believe Rapala should be open now. I haven't been confirmed on that, so we should be starting to get caught up on more of those back ordered scales and other products. You know, we still getting a lot of questions on when the number 6 is coming back into play. So a lot of stuff from Rapala should start to trickle in here as they start opening and get caught up. Good morning, Justin, chiming in from Nebraska.
Whatever Travis has got on here is pulling awful hard. Hopefully it's a walleye. You know, one of the things you're going to deal with a lot here on Winnebago is a lot of non-target species. That fish seems to be quite aggressive to me.
I think for the questions about what happened with last week or the 2 weeks ago, the rest of that event, we'll bring Kyle in a little later and let him explain how that's going to happen.
Yeah.
A lot of people are wondering what happened with the rest of Marble Eye and everything like that. We'll bring the director in and let him talk about that.
Boy, he's holding it down. It's a walleye, and it looks like a good one.
Thanks, Ron. We appreciate the purchase of the Fish Monkey gloves.
Oh, come on.
That's a dandy.
Wow,
that one's going to weigh.
Big fish.
Looks like a shad style bait, either a flicker shad or a walleye creation.
Right size, wrong species.
Oh, it is.
Oh, it looked like a walleye from the bottom.
Yeah,
here.
laying there. It looks like a walleye. It's a nice fish. I thought it was a little bit aggressive.
Gosh.
Oh yeah, it is. Sure enough. Yeah, boy, you lay that thing flat and it looked like it was a walleye from the bottom.
Big drum sheephead.
Oh yeah, that's a big sheephead for Winnebago.
Wrong one.
Looks like by the chat, he didn't just fool us, he fooled a lot of people. A lot of people thought that was a nice walleye. I didn't see him netted. I wasn't looking at the screen at that second, and I saw it laying on the floor, and it looked like a nice one. Looking at Nick Schrader here, who's the only angler with fish on the board so far, and Justin Schneider. Jordan, you do not have to net non-target fish. You can lift them in if you'd like. But if they fall off and hit the floor, it is a penalty.
You know how easy it is to forget that that net's that long and scrape it across?
Yep.
When you netted it was a little hard to tell on the camera. I thought you scraped it across, but the fish left this water slick
Yeah.
right where I thought you did. So I knew it must be scraped across.
That's fine.
It is what it is.
Better to have a fish that counts.
Right.
Yeah, I'm used to my scale where it's
1 point.
yeah. That thing clicked in my brain.
Hear Nick talking right now where his scale is a little bit different. It didn't click for him right away.
I thought it looked like 1.5 pounds coming in.
That's why I was like, I looked at it and like the scale and yeah, almost makes sense.
Brad, for this event only, they need to be 1 pound 8 ounces to qualify for a head-to-head fish.
1.5 pounds. Yep, 1 pound, 8 ounces. Or bigger.
It does look like Nick's using those convector reels, those low pros.
Those are the cold water ones. Yep. One step up. Same style of reel, same scenario, just, and those I believe we have on the website. The cold water low pros.
Oh yeah, those are nice.
Here's the convector one that we were talking about, which would be,
He's using a right hand, isn't he?
yeah, so this is the one I was talking about earlier that's got the flip and switch. And then I know those cold waters got on there too. I just have to find them. Looking at Travis, who was the one that fooled us before with that.
Oh,
It
there's
comes up
another
again.
board going
Outside
back.
board now.
Oh, swear jar.
And he just had a bite on his inside board too, I think.
Or did it get tangled?
Not sure.
Guess we'll find out here as he's battling. Vogel Jacob says, what's the difference between the cold water reels and the normal trolling reels? Oh, his line is wrapped up. You can see him.
Can I touch that rod? And like move it out of my way?
Oh, there they are. Those are nice too. Man.
I can move a rod though.
Vogel
fighting or
Jacob,
anything,
if
I
you
just
can
moved out
give
my
me a
way.
little better explanation of what you're asking, I'll be happy to answer.
Come on.
The cold water versus
yeah.
the convector, the cold water just has a couple more metal parts than the convector. Otherwise, they're very similar. They price point out about $20, $30 difference. Just a couple of areas where the convector still has a few plastic parts, the cold water has metal.
Ah!
Another sheephead.
Guessing so. Yep. Another farm animal.
Oh.
There's a fish on that rod still.
Oh, so he does have another fish on. Joe says he bought some of those Akuma cold waters. He really, really likes them. Thanks, Joel.
Okay, that's on my way.
Remember, for those of you who are watching, you can enjoy head-to-head fishing, the Bago Beatdown, on YouTube as well. Here's the link. Hopefully he's got the right species on this side. Looks like another big sheephead. Oh my God, look how big that one is.
Ah. Oh my gosh, come on. Didn't catch a single one of these the other day.
Oh, he found them today.
Oh man.
It's a big sheephead. Back to Justin and Nick. All right, buddy. So Cheyenne says, raise your lures. Do you think that would actually make a difference in where he's running through, Russell? If he raises the baits up a little higher in the water column?
Potentially, or potentially
Speeding
go
it up?
deeper.
Oh.
There's a bunch of different options. I mean, sometimes the walleyes are right on the bottom. In a cold front situation like this, me personally, I feel like I'd go probably closer to the bottom. But that's just me. I think that walleyes tend to suspend when the water's a little bit warmer, the weather's a little bit nicer.
Getting a good shot of the bridge there with the cool art. So Matt, for this event, for Bago Beatdown, for this walleye event, because the bite has been extremely, extremely tough, and people were worried they weren't going to catch many 2-pounders, we dropped it down to 1 pound 8 ounces for this event only. So that means this entire week. We really didn't want to see a lot of people go into dink mode and start trying to catch anything. And so by just lowering it down that little bit, it puts a lot of more fish in head-to-head legal terms.
Yeah, and I mean, we realized and we knew that there was going to be a little bit different bodies of water, might have a different standard. Obviously, the fish on Winnebago are quite a bit different than the fish on Green Bay or Erie or Mille Lacs or, anywhere. So Upper Lakes are in play, Jeremiah. Yep.
So I know a lot of states now are open. I think Minnesota just opened this last weekend.
Yeah.
Everybody been out there doing a lot of fishing. If you got any chances to post some pictures, you can send them over to the Head-to-Head Facebook page or Instagram page. Use the hashtag Head-to-Head Fishing. Get to see some of those success pictures. Seen a lot of bass pictures going out there. People tagging us. Find all the head-to-head awesomeness on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram.
Wind is fresh going for kickoff there.
Yeah.
See, Tom went the rod in hand there. That tells me what he's probably doing, unless he's just resetting a board on the switch here. But what he might be doing is, might be trying to bang the bait into the bottom. Looks like he's in that long point reef structure area. Might be looking to bang the bait into the bottom and try and activate some fish, get them moving, get them active, get them bite.
And as always, during the head-to-head event, the H2H 10 code is live and active. So if you're interested in any walleye gear, use H2H 10 at the time of checkout to take 10% off your order. I'm sharing the links right now to both Facebook and YouTube. The other thing too, we got some awesome sponsors flashing across the screen there. You're looking at Walleye Nation Creation. You know, a great sponsor for us. We appreciate it. Still, again, Sportamotive. Going through my sponsor list here as I'm sharing the link. So therealshot.com, where you can use that H2H 10 code. When you were out doing a little practicing, Russell, did you use a lot of that walleye creation stuff, or did you find something else?
No, anywhere that I've been pulling flicker shads over the course of the last couple of weeks, I've been pulling the shaky shads, and I've had success with them. I just put out a YouTube video from last week. I went to Green Bay and just trolled for 4 or 5 hours or something and caught some fish on both of them. Definitely a cool bait. Definitely, in my opinion, a louder rattle. I'm really excited to get an opportunity to use them throughout the entire season.
How'd you fare in that tournament?
Well, the one on Bago 2 weeks ago, yeah, we took 20th out of 65. We did okay. Actually, it was funny. Jim, Captain Keller, took 19th. He beat us by 0.01. We got our 5 fish, but they were small. Jim got 3, but they were bigger ones. So he got the last check. But I was happy. I mean, and as tough of a bite as it is right now to get 5 fish, that was definitely, I was happy about that. It was a lot better bite, I think, then. I mean, we had, even though it was a heavy west wind, we had 60-degree weather.
Another one of our awesome sponsors is Meg's Custom Rods. Again, you can go ahead and see some of our sponsors on the H2H fishing page. You can see our current sponsor list right here. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor, that's also the spot where you can send us a form filled out. Harley, I haven't seen that breading yet. I was off all last week, so I didn't see it yet, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. So when I can get my hands on it, we're gonna do a video on it. We're gonna try using it for turkeys. I know you said you haven't used it on it, and then I don't have any fish in my freezer, so somebody's gonna have to bring us some fish.
Right.
So I'm excited for it, though. We'll fire it up on the fire disc and try some here. We'll share some with the staff here at Head-to-Head Fishing and the Real Shot. So I appreciate you sending it to us. It's very nice of you. He also sent me a picture. He got his hat, so that's pretty exciting. For this event, I believe they could trailer to any landing.
I believe so too. Yep.
Well, there's another fin fact that I was not aware of. If they wanted to, they could trailer to a different landing.
Pretty pretty gutsy on a 5-hour event, but yeah, it is possible. You know, that is one of the advantages of having a camera guy, basically an official with each angler, right? I mean, you can have pretty loose rules as far as those kinds of things go and know that it's fair for everybody. John, I've been using the grill a lot.
I was gonna say we got it. There's been a couple of messages on here.
We did beer can chicken the other day. Yeah, it's been fun. I have to admit, I haven't used it now in a couple days just because the weather's been so crappy.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, looking at the fact that it's supposed to be 60s later in the week, it'll be a grilling beatdown.
I'm one step closer. We actually took our old propane grill to the dump this last weekend, so now I have to get a new grill. I'm excited for that. It's kind of like buying a new tackle box, and you got to fill it with baits, right?
Yep. Eric, the tournament control, made a decision about a week ago and advised all the anglers right away that it was 1 pound 8 ounces, 1.5 pounds. Was the new legal size limit for this event. Looking live at Kurt the Killer and Michael Peters.
Well, Russell, in honor of that 1 pound 8 ounce rule, what do we say? Let's give away a sticker here. How about let's give away 2 stickers that have to do with dinking.
Okay.
So let's give away 2 stickers. Again, anybody that wants to play, it's really simple. We don't ask for much. We just ask that you tag a bunch of people, share it. We'll pick 2 random winners off Facebook and YouTube. One thing we are making a slight change to is if we have to ship it, we will might have to contact you for some shipping and handling. Those fees are kind of getting a little expensive on us, so we'll give away 2 H2H stickers on dinking.
48.6.
We'll pick 2 random winners, one off of Facebook and one off of YouTube. If you're local, you can stop by the store, pick it on up. If we have to ship it, like I said, you may have to pay the shipping and handling fees. H2H Grill Off, says Ike. There you go. We still got that cookbook idea that's floating around. That's a pretty fancy cup holder he's got there too, Russell. You see that on the side of his boat for Tom?
Yep. Trax Tech cup holder there.
We'll announce that winner. Oh, how about 9:30?
9:30 sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, you can buy stickers. We can share the link to the stickers, right?
Well, I'm taking some notes here. Do you mind sharing that link for me, please? Such great teamwork. Hey,
hooked up.
You didn't say anything. I got my mustache rolling back on, bro.
I like it.
Team stash up in here.
I like it. Oh, looked like maybe it was bottom, he said. Live look at Kurt the Killer Grable here. He's hooked up.
That's it. It's a nice fish. I think I ran up into it with the hook. If it's a
Kurt thinks it's something that's incorrectly hooked.
I think it's like a white bass snagged in the back or something. If it's a walleye, it's definitely the one I need.
I was gonna say he wasn't even going for the net right away.
I think he's convinced himself it's not what he wants, but
oh no, it's a giant walleye.
It's a
Big
walleye.
walleye.
Wow, fighting so funny. This is a dandy.
That's why you got to be ready at all times.
just swallowed it. Yes!
There we go.
Huh.
It's definitely into
Yeah.
mouth.
Oh my God, yes. Holy cow, he just swallowed it. I gotta be kind of quick with him because he's literally got it like in his gills. Ow. Wow. Well, that is exactly what I was hoping to catch.
Wow, that fish wanted that fly.
Get out of there with that camera. Come on now. It's day one. Oh, that feels awesome.
Like the paparazzi.
Zeros?
in there.
Yeah, Kurt's trying to hide his fly.
Alright. I don't want to mess up his gills.
Say 3 something.
4?
4?
4 even.
Yes.
4-0.
That is a relief. Oh my God. That might be the only one I need today. We'll see. It's gonna be tough.
Looking for that phone so we can get that fish entered into the Walleye. Yes, Travis, you were one that was a big proponent of dropping it from 2 pounds. Continue to ask us a lot, so it's 1 pound 8 ounces for this
4-pounder
event.
Here you go. 4. God, that's awesome. That is awesome. I haven't caught one that big all week pulling flies, so I really wasn't. It's honestly been probably a year since I mean, last year they weren't biting on flies that great, at least not super well, where I hadn't fought a great big one like that on this soft fly rod. And no, that was it went pretty well.
What action do you normally run for your fly rods?
So my fly rods are really light. As you'll hear me say throughout the entire time of H2H, I run very soft rods in general because I use a lot of braided line. So mine are actually medium
I'd
light.
like to catch one more similar to that one. I can.
I wasn't trying to catch bait. I was just.
Yeah. Oh, it's got to be a little funny either way, right?
Kurt's rod looks pretty soft.
I know the
too.
people watching want to see it. And it ain't nothing special. It's just a fly. Sucker bit me. Huh?
Like the sauger, he was all.
Yeah, just flare their gills out and angry.
Outside board, yep. I just saw the flag go down. Travis is hooked up. That one to me looked more like a walleye bite. You know, I've mentioned before as he's been grabbing rods, they were real aggressive. That one, the flag just went down and it just started pulling backwards slowly. If I had to guess, this is going to be a walleye. I'm not sure on size, but that looked much more like a walleye bite. Ron, yes we do. Mike Rumlow is going to say I'm wrong. He says it's a sheephead. I think
Be the right one.
by odds, he would be right. Andy Glass says the farmer's hooked up. He's been... Oh, getting a little aggressive now. Everybody in the comment section thinks it's a sheep. And it is. Prime example of why you got to be ready all the time and you just don't know. I would have guessed that one to be a walleye. Kurt was guessing his was a foul hooked white bass, and Kurt's was a big walleye, and Travis continues to be the sheephead master. If it was a sheephead tournament, he'd be well in the lead right now. If I was him, I think I'd probably have to change something up here. He's now caught, I think, 3 sheephead, no walleyes. Got to change the depths of those baits, colors of the baits, speed a little bit, something.
Is there a prize for that? Not that I know of. There might be some, but oh, well, at least we're catching fish, just not the right fish. They're here though. They're here. I haven't caught anything but a walleye out here. And today it's all sheephead.
Looking live here at Tom and Wesley.
Okay. Was it another sheephead?
Yep. Wesley probably feels good about the fact that he did see Kurt catch that nice walleye there. Feels good about where he's at. Now he's just got to get one to bite.
There we go, bud.
Oops. Justin Schneider looks like he's readjusted to a new spot.
This is like, typically by 8 o'clock, all this fly pulling stuff is done. Like you show up at 8 o'clock, you miss the bite. Where, it's almost helpful with this cold that they aren't going right away. They don't seem to be.
All right, well, the other thing, too, that's fun and exciting that we got going on here at Head to Head Fishing is a sticker contest. Everybody loves the stickers that we come up with, and we're going to help reward you for purchasing those stickers. So right here, I'm going to drop a link in the comments. It's it's hard to explain, but it's just a bracketed sticker contest. We're going to allow you to enter in a picture for every sticker that you have that has H2H Fishing, H2H into mouth, dinking, all that kind of stuff. I'm dropping those links in right here. So, and the winner of that is going to get a $1,000 Real Shot website gift card. So here's the rules and everything for the sticker contest.
It's a tough day to catch them. You got 3 times as many lines. I mean, instead, I know. I was thinking about it last year, the last one in that whatever, in the pier, the Metro Madness one. It's like you're never the guy that's catching the most fish in the boat. Not every single day. Your partner can pop, twice as many as you some days. Well, in the partner tournament, that's great. This one, you better be the guy catching the most fish in the boat every day, because there ain't nobody else to help you.
Greg, they can fish the upper lakes, so they can continue to go up into Butamore, Winneconne, Poygan.
Yeah. Usually doing this, you just post up both guys on the sides of the corners, and then you're not line's not under the boat, it's over the motor, but at least you can just swing it around and bring them in. But I mean, yeah, if you were pulling flies and you had some crazy color that was working really good, we might have 20 pounds in a team tournament right now. You never know. There ain't a whole lot of fish here, that's for sure. There really isn't many here. Just trying my best to get another good bite.
For those who are interested in playing the contest for H2H, here's the link to the H2H stickers. Got some pretty cool ones out there.
Looks like Michael Peters is going to make a move.
$1,000 to the Real Shot website. What would you spend it on, Russell?
That's a great question. It probably would depend on what my needs would be. I mean, me personally, I'm a crankbaitaholic.
Gotcha.
I have a problem, so I would buy $1,000 worth of crankbaits. If I needed or felt like I could use a set of walleye trolling rods and reels, I think that would be the perfect opportunity to do that. Because obviously $1,000 is quite a bit of money, and you could get yourself probably a set of trolling rods and reels that would last most of the rest of your life for around $1,000, maybe a few bucks more. So
that's a good start to a lot of stuff, realistically.
yeah, yep. I mean, with the discount on that Garmin Panoptix ice unit that we have going on, if I wanted, I'd maybe take a look at that thing.
Oh yeah,
you get 2/3 of it paid for.
How versatile it is too. I mean, that's a good idea right there.
Tom has decided he's done enough of rod in hand there, banging the bottom. He's going to put that bait back on a board.
Still 2 of them in stock yet. I mean, that's a great thing for somebody to pick up. I'm going to do this real quick here. Minimize.
Justin's right. Buy $1,000 worth of crankbaits and use 3 of them. He's probably right, but I got to have 5 of every color just to make sure I got enough in case the world shuts down making crankbaits.
Right.
Which almost happened here for a while. It did happen for a little bit, so I was glad to have 5 of every color I own.
There we go. Mike Mann would have used it to buy a spot lock. I wonder if he ever did use his winnings to buy an upgraded trolling motor. Could have used it. So don't forget, though, for those who may be just joining us, I just shared a link to the comments. I'll do it again. Head-to-Head Fishing is having an amazing sticker contest. All the rules and details are in the link right here that I'll provide.
Water, it's fine, but when it doesn't have water coming out the back, that's when it's not good.
So check that on out. Getting a look at Justin's setup there. Looks like he was snagged, but I think even on his trolling rods and reels, they're using a lot of that high-vis line.
We're not going to go so far. Just do that same pass again.
Yeah. He's definitely drifting. It doesn't look like he's spot locking. He's drifting. And I think what he's trying to do is he's got one rod out the back, just dragging on the bottom, and he's doing the same thing with the rod in his hand. Very good, slow presentation for a cold front situation.
Is that your prop off of the side of the boat?
Apparently, turning prop off did not work.
Oh, did you bust the blade there?
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's bad.
Both of them, huh?
So 2 of our matches have fish on the board so far.
Yeah, Nick and Kurt both have legal fish. Again, they're above the 1 pound 8 ounce for this Bago beatdown.
Kurt's hooked up. That looks like it's got the rod bent over good.
I can feel teeth though. I think I'm feeling teeth.
Can feel teeth.
He's back to feeling
Fine.
teeth.
Whitey, I don't think there's any teeth there, Kurt.
Small teeth. Again, can we get the link to these rods he's using? I would like some.
You know, that one actually might be. That one might be close.
Well, he said whitey, but it's a
Look
walleye.
at that one. They like that thing. They like that fly.
This one's gonna be close.
I'm a constant prepper for dang tournaments. I was up till 11 o'clock last night tying flies. Yeah, this one might be close. This is a chunky one. Yeah, and he's not skinny. Zeros?
Well, he was right that time. He definitely could feel the teeth.
All right, cross your fingers and toes. No. They just got to be bigger than that one. The next year class up, we're good.
Can you explain what flies are and how they fish them? I'll let the pro handle that question.
Well, I mean, fly is a fly. It's a walleye fly. It looks to me more like a fly fishing fly than it does like a salmon fly. But it's probably, I would say, a 2-inch, maybe a little longer fly that's tied on either a number 2 or a number. Oh, hooked up on a fly rig right here. It's tied on either a number 4 or a number 2 single hook. Kind of looks like a streamer fly that you would use in the river fly fishing. Of course, you know, like anything, we overmake it on the colors selection, right? I mean, there's a ton of colors.
Ton of colors.
Oh, he's running for the net. Must be a walleye. It is.
There, for those who were wondering, I just shared a link there. Check them out. Shared the Hutch's flies.
Wesley's got a walleye here. Let's see if it's big enough. I think it's another one of those ones that are going to be close. So the basic setup for the flies, as I mentioned before, is
big enough, but
a pencil style sinker, anywhere between 1.5 ounce and 4 ounces. Most guys use a 3-way swivel, and then a lot of guys run a double 2 flies off of 1 rod. One with like a 3-foot lead, one with like a 6-foot lead, a monofilament, 10-12 pound test mono, and your main line is braid.
0.
That one does not look like it's going to make it to me. I'm going to guess 1 pound 3 ounces.
$110?
110.
110 makes it. Nice work. Wesley's on the board, which means we've got
Okay, now
3
it seems like
matches
you
now
just
on the
have to
board.
Fire up for me here.
In what's been a pretty darn tough bite.
WEGH.
So now we're just looking for Travis and Kevin, one of them two, to get a fish going here.
Just under 2 pounds. 113.
As we look at Justin moving, don't forget that we are giving away 2 stickers here before 9:30. So all you have to do is tag this with some friends, share it, get it up there, and then Russell and I will randomly pick one winner from Facebook and one winner from YouTube to win a dinking sticker, a H2H dinking sticker. Now just remember though, if you live out of the area, you might have to have some shipping and handling fees going out for that kind of stuff. But if you get that sticker, you can get signed up for the H2H contest, the sticker contest that we're running, which is right here in the link. So
Kurt's hooked up and he said it's a good one. Oh, and he lost it.
Darn it.
That is the one side downside about the fly program.
Probably the same size as that last guy.
No, they are not using fly rods. They're using bait casting style rods.
You're not supposed to say that. You're supposed to support me. Don't say that.
Harley's trying to get the upper hand here, putting it up on the big screen.
Every time they get off pulling flies, you think, oh man, that could have been a 6-pounder. Because usually you lose them in that the initial pull. If you get them past that first couple seconds, they usually don't fall off.
What I was about to say was that the one downside to the flies is you're dealing with the current, and the hooks are so small that I actually find it a little different than Kurt does. Yeah, you miss some on the initial bite, but I feel like you definitely lose some fish during the fight, a fair amount of them, because the hooks are just so small and you're dealing with, you know, the current, nice fish, no stretch line, you know, all kinds of factors there. It's a tough tactic to get them in the boat, but boy, it is productive on that Winnebago system.
Here we see Jesse's getting in on the chance to win a free sticker here. So remember to tag some friends, share it. YouTube, don't forget you can play along with us.
Yeah, I tried putting it back and it just, I don't know what I did. I hit the foot pedal and wrong spot.
They make those things so powerful nowadays that
Yeah, that's why I went with that one.
They have a 40-pound thrust where you can flick it off the front of the board all day long, and then it'll be okay.
Yeah.
So does it sound like Nick Schrader broke one of his trolling motor props?
He broke two blades off. Yep. So looks like he's gone to his kicker motor to try and give him some thrust now. I think what happened was he thought he hit the propeller button to stop the prop, and he didn't, and when he brought the motor up, it hit the boat and sheared off his two plastic prop
Yikes.
blades on his
I think he's out.
trolling motor.
Hoping to advance here to get himself into payday. Back to Michael Peters and Kurt. Oh, he said he hit the pedal. Christopher says he hit the pedal when he was pulling it up. Like you said, that's a expensive mistake. Getting a real good look there at the Megs custom rods. banner flying at the top of the screen there. Also Walleye Nation Creations, some of our amazing sponsors this week for Bago Beatdown, head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head.
God, I don't know what that was. Stuck on bottom or something? Nope, snag. Scales. Not grabbing it. Get going though, sooner or later. Those were definitely walleye scales.
Got some other awesome sponsors. We talked about this one. We have Hawaii Wings and Walleyes, and a new one this week is Allen's Guide Service.
Scott Allen, a former winner.
Yep.
Head-to-head event.
So again, if you're interested in any of our past and current sponsors, just go to H2H Fishing. Here, I'll drop a link for you so you can find them. Go ahead and do us a favor and give them a shout out, support them, let them know that you found all their information on H2H Fishing. Or if you know a company or are a company yourself that's interested in sponsoring H2H, you can just click the link here, and it'll take you right to our sponsorships page.
Face.
A lot of products getting added here, Russell, to the Real Shot in the store and online. Like we talked about a little bit earlier,
I
with
wasn't sure
companies.
if I was going to make it. I was like, geez.
Just barely.
Barely, but
Wesley's kind of talking about how stressful it is with the fishing being as tough as it is, you know, and you get one that's close. I'll be honest, I mean, I don't want to talk negatively about the bite, but it is what it is right now. It's tough, and, you know, one fish could win some of these matches, especially that Wesley caught it early. Now put some pressure on Tom. I don't know if Tom's checked or not. It doesn't look like it. He's probably just doing his thing, but you know, Wesley manages to put another fish in the boat there at the 41 bridge. You know, he could put himself in a position where he may already be on the round 2, you know, early in this match. Not saying a guy couldn't, you know, out on the lake trolling, you could hook up with a double or something at any point.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Russell and I were kind of talking earlier. It was kind of and Zach as well. It was kind of an awkward week without having any head-to-head events going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gave a lot of us some time to catch up with our families. Hopefully everybody got the chance to give a little love to their mom by visiting them or FaceTiming or whatever you wanted to do for Mother's Day. It was awesome. The minimum weight this week, Sean, is 1.8. 1 pound 8 ounces.
See Justin.
Are we allowed to stop and make repairs?
On the boat or off the boat?
At the dock? If I stay in the boat?
And you have somebody drop
Off parts?
I'll call in, but I would think that's okay.
You can see Justin just dragging that jig through the rocks. You can see it.
Sturgeon coming back right now. I mean, I bet this week fishing I probably snagged a dozen. For sure, a dozen. And then you look at anywhere there's slack water or a nice little place for them to sit, there'll be 5 or 6 of them sitting in there. And it's wild how many are hanging out, making their way back down. That usually, as soon as you start seeing sturgeon coming back, the walleyes, the nice walleyes that are up there too, they're coming back right with them. It's just this bad weather's got them in a funk, because if it wouldn't have gotten cold, there'd be 3 guys, at least 3 or 4 guys in this 8 that have 10 pounds more.
Sean wants to know what's affecting the bite. Well, obviously cold weather has a huge play in that.
Yeah, I think the daytime colds.
What? Really? Oh no. Oh wow.
I think the daytime colds are an issue, but really it's the nighttime colds I think that have been the biggest issue. This 20-some degrees at night is terrible.
Yep.
Wow, that sucks.
Northeast winds.
Yeah, a lot of central and northern Wisconsin have been under frost advisories.
Really good show, but yeah. Go to back. You can do that, but it's
Change it out.
wow. Right, it wasn't expected that today.
No, not at all. That actually kind of sucks.
Yeah, that would suck.
That's a big part of our boats.
Yeah, that's not really something.
I thought you were going to say someone,
the rest of the day without.
there's a trolling motor like deployed and they're going down the lake or something like that.
I'm not sure what.
Snapped it off or something.
So you can hear a lot of the anglers are talking right now. So over the communication with the cameramen, camera officials, they're all hearing that what happened to Nick Schrader's boat.
That would definitely make it a lot more challenging if you can't use a trolling motor.
Wide open. Going up and down and bang.
Yeah, the lake flies. Did you encounter any lake flies during that little bit of warmer weather?
Nope. I heard that there was something starting to hatch last week or this past week, so.
Sawyer, Nick's boat, he broke both of the props off.
I believe, yeah.
On his trolling motor by accident.
Kurt the Killer's hooked up.
I don't think so, but maybe.
It's like a smaller fish.
It feels a little bit bigger now, actually. Maybe. Big maybe. Smaller than the last one. I'm not gonna waste time on them. I know what a 1.8 looks like. That is not a 1.8.
He's referring to the 1 pound 8 ounce, which is the minimum for this week's Bago beatdown. Russell, do you have the UV clear beads?
Not right now. Nope.
Yeah, you can see how close those two guys are right there.
Those UV beads right now are harder to find than a beer in a tavern.
Yeah. What? There's a lot of beer in taverns. It's just.
I should say. I was gonna say. So it's harder to find than having a beer in a tavern.
Having it, yeah.
Although I have to admit, I had a buddy do a live video on Facebook. He must have been at that one that opened up in Beaver Dam, because he must have drove there from Sheboygan to have a beer because he posted that. Looks like Tom might be hooked up here. Can't tell. He's kind of acting like he is, or he's just not in a real giant hurry, reeling in his rod to check his bait, but I'm thinking he's hooked up. Oh, maybe not. No, looks like he was just checking a bait. Gonna switch one up. Ooh, Travis is hooked up.
I love it when you can hear the wind whipping through the line out there.
Yep. Travis, the sheephead slayer.
Yeah, Lindsay says, whoa, dang, I would have weighed that fish that Kurt had. Thought it was a 1.9.
Nah, I think that was about a 15-inch fish. Would have been about 1.2. I think Kurt made the right call, skipping that out and going. These guys know what they're looking for. I mean, way better than we do here off the screen. Screen makes it tough.
Yep. We got the armchair anglers, we are.
We all are, yep.
I don't know, though. Harley's watching it on 73 inches of television right now. He can probably almost feel the teeth at home.
Probably can, yeah. Well, especially through Kurt's rods, those B&B Customs, right?
Yep.
Not sure if they're quite as sensitive as the Mag's Customs, but you can feel the teeth. Well, let's see. Is Travis going to catch his first walleye, or is he...
Fish is pulling hard.
Yeah, to me, it's looking pretty goatish, but
Dylan Williams says, hashtag goat herder.
this time I'm going to say that, and it'll be a 4-pound walleye. Boy, I hope so. That would put our last matchup on the board.
Going for the net.
Yeah, but he's gone for the net on all of them.
Oh,
Another big
Bago. God, he's catching some big sheephead.
He has got the sheephead dialed in. Whatever program he's got going on, that is.
So it makes you wonder if you should change that program.
Yeah, it's not. To me, you got to make a change, either speed or. Personally, I think adjusting the baits in the water column, like Cheyenne mentioned earlier. I can't speak intelligently because I don't know how deep Travis is running them. If he's running them on the bottom, I would absolutely bring them up. If he's running them up real high, I would definitely start jamming them in the bottom. Historically, for me, when it's a cold front situation, they usually tend to lay on the bottom inactive. I'd be banging them into the bottom, but he might already be doing that, so.
Very well said, Russell. Very well said. Just dropping knowledge.
Nate said bait choice is a big factor for sheep. I agree too. Sometimes I think shiny baits work really, really well. Black and gold, black and silver. Metallic colored baits work really well for walleyes, but sometimes I feel like that's also where you start getting too many sheephead. You got to go more to a natural style bait. Something along the lines of like a fire tiger, something opaque or sort of. I'll throw a couple up there.
Yeah, why don't you drop some in?
For me, I feel like if I'm running, I like to run a lot of metallic baits in general, but if I start getting too many sheephead or white bass, junkfish, then I start to go to more what I call opaque style baits, which would be stuff like a few of these shaky shads I'm gonna share here. Just shared a link to Frankenstein, which is a purple and green white based one.
I've noticed that camera for it, if you flip the screen around flat against the camera itself, you can see it a lot better through that rain cover.
Perch colored one. Fire tiger colored one. So I just shared some. Those are a couple different, options. I think if you're running metallic colors. I haven't been able to see what Travis is running for sure to know, but I just know for me, I personally like to run a lot of metallic, very shiny baits. I do very well on those. Black and gold, like that sunset red and gold color, things like that. But the minute I start getting beat up by junkfish, I start switching over to stuff that's a little bit more opaque in color, a little more bright colors, fire tiger, perch, things like that are not metallic, shiny. The water looks like it's got some color to it. You know, we had a lot of wind yesterday and the day before out of the northeast. So my guess is Lake Winnebago was really ripping yesterday, which means it's probably dirty. So these gaudier colors like fire tiger, perch, things like that are going to show up in that dirty water a lot better. Chris says he caught a couple walleyes last night on flicker shads he got from us, barely turning the reel. He was casting them, and he said you needed to go really slow. Promo code, Matt, is H2H10. You can use that in your cart to get 10% off of your online order.
God, that's a good looking bait there, that fire tiger.
Yeah, fire tiger is a great color for Winnebago system just because it has a lot of, you know, that system has a lot of color in the water, which the brighter colors tend to work good in that. I know a couple weeks ago for the Bago tournament, white baits were good. Colors, you know, in the bloody nose style, red and white type stuff was really working.
What was your big fish of that event?
16.5 inches, not very big. Probably would not have made it on the H2H. I was very surprised. Not too often in the river, like where Kurt's fishing here. I fished the river the entire time basically, except for the last half hour. Not too often in the river do you catch 9 walleyes and not catch one that's a pretty decent one. But that particular day, that's what happened to me, and just was a tough day for bigger fish for me. Guys that got nice fish got them on the lake, but not many of them got numbers.
So with the delayed kind of spring again we're having here, the inconsistency, is the spawn kind of done now and over with? Has it been done for a while, or
well, I think
we still got some lingering?
I think we got two situations right now, so I wouldn't even necessarily call it a delayed spring. I would call it a very unnormal spring, and the reason I would say that is because the spring was actually ahead back when we had our inaugural walleye head-to-head tournament, and then everything just got like froze. So I think you got a bunch of fish that are way post-spawn, that spawned early because it was an early spring.
Yep.
And then I think you got some fish that are kind of hanging yet, that are either had just spawned, or there might even be some pre-spawned fish around yet in both the Winnebago and Green Bay systems. And I think that's what's goofed it up, is you've got such a large gap between the post-spawners from weeks and weeks ago and the fish that have maybe just spawned or are spawning now. The other thing I noticed John Balla said earlier in the comments that's 100% accurate is that the wolf is high. And I think when the wolf's high, it tends to keep a lot of the fish up there.
Yep.
So there's a lot of spawned out walleyes that I think are still up in that Fremont, you know, upper area of the wolf there, that have not filtered down to the Winnebago system yet, just because two things. I think the cold weather has held them in the river, and the high water has held them in the river.
Lots of forage up there.
Absolutely. So there's just no reason for them to flush out yet. Now the minute that water starts to go down, we don't get any rain for a while, that water starts to go down, I think you'll find those fish coming piling out of there. But I was surprised. I pre-fished the west end of Poigan, which in May is generally like almost a guarantee. Like maybe you don't pound them, but it's a guarantee. I went up there and fished for a couple of hours and never had a bite.
Really?
That's rare in May on the Bago system, but I think we had that situation going on. The fish that had filtered out of the wolf were long gone and into the Lake Winnebago, and the fish that hadn't were nowhere near dumping back into Poigan. So we just kind of were stuck in that middle part, right? And it was just a tough fishing. So that's why I ended up fishing the river there in Oshkosh, because there was some fish hanging there yet that were post spawners that were just kind of hanging around. Just couldn't seem to get any good ones. All I caught was smaller males. I'm not sure if Justin's fishing the east side or west side, but he's an east side guy, and I was really looking forward to kind of hoping he was fishing the east side because I thought he might be one of the few anglers too, and if he could get on some fish, that would be a huge advantage for him. Looking here at the matchup of Tom and Wesley. Wesley's sitting on that one fish for 1 pound 10 ounces yet. Tom's still looking for his first one. Tom continues to work that west shoreline there. I'm guessing around the Long Point structure. Great area. I did catch some nice fish pre-fishing, or nicer fish down there. Ooh, Wesley's hooked up.
White bass.
Sounds like Justin's in that Long Point area as well. With the current that's at the 41 bridge, it's a tough spot to fish, as you see Wesley constantly looking around while he's trying to handle this fish. The reason he's doing that is he's fishing so close to the pillars, which is a good area on the bridge. You got to be darn careful you don't hit him. You see him just give it some gas right there. What he was trying to do is get ahead of that set of pillars that's going to show up right behind him at any second, so he didn't hit the pillar with his boat. There it is. You got to be really careful. The guy that's driving the boat has got to constantly be on the motor to know what's going on. I fished that exact spot where Wesley's fishing right now a lot. It's one of my favorite spots in the whole system. I've caught a lot of fish there. But it's very difficult to fish. Very difficult.
All right, let's announce some winners here for the H2H Dink sticker. Either in the mouth or Let's Go Dinkin' or Dink Nation or something like that. So on Facebook, remember you have to respond to us, let us know that you are the winner. Otherwise, we'll save it for a different giveaway. So on Facebook, I have Ted, and I'm going to say it's Saunders, S-A-U-N-D-E-R-S. Ted Saunders, you are a winner on Facebook for a H2H sticker. And then YouTube, Matthew, and I'm going to spell the last name L-E-B-E-N. So those are the two winners. I'll put those names in the comments here. Remember, you have to send us a message to Head to Head Fishing, and we'll get your information. Remember that if we have to ship it, there's probably going to be a shipping and handling fee, which shouldn't be much. So congratulations to Ted and Matthew.
Travis, the sheephead slayer / goat farmer, is hooked up again. Jamie, you are right. I don't think I've caught as many walleyes as Jimmy Hughes anywhere in that river, so I'm sure you're right about the 41 bridge as well. I think he might have lost it. That or it's really small. Hooked up on his other rod, but that definitely is pulling back a little more. Justin had a planer board question.
All right, there I see Matthew had found out that he's a winner.
That one's gone. Yeah, I wonder if he's getting hooked up on the bottom, or if he's still, or if he had a couple bites there that just got away right away. Justin, so you said your planer boards were surging. Can you give me a little better explanation of what you mean by that? Like they were pulling back and going forward, or? One trick I can tell you with planer boards that help them run a little smoother is if you have slack line in between the two releases. I see them jump around a lot when you don't. So maybe that's what you mean, that happens a lot. So you want to always have slack line between your two releases, the front release and the back release of the board. That'll help them from bouncing around more.
Nick's farmer, what's Wes using for a lure? Looked like a flicker shad, didn't it, at one point?
Yeah.
Here's some walleye cranks. It's really easy to shop those on the realshot.com. It's all broken down into categories for you, so.
Watching Nick Schrader here. Looks like he's checking a bait.
Since we have such a wide assortment of crankbaits and colors and everything like that.
That one looks
follow
like a
this
flicker
link.
minnow to me.
Yeah, and those are going to be in the link I just shared. Really easy to go ahead and follow that stuff. Remember to use that H2H10 code to save you 10% on therealshot.com. Also, some of our other amazing sponsors, I've been kind of sharing those. The current sponsor list, Sport Automotive's been doing a phenomenal job for us. Over 30 years in the business. Got a lot of awesome stuff. Also have used inventory of some of their ATVs, UTVs, and boats. So check them out. Meg's Custom Rods.
Yeah, should be there in a little bit.
Walleye Nation Creation is another awesome sponsor for this week's event. Russell's been kind of sharing some of their baits in the links. Oahe Wings and Walleyes. Looking for something to do out there and a little bit of pheasant or some walleye fishing.
Yeah, those Walleye Nations, I'm really impressed with how true they run. They really do run nice out of the package. That's a great advantage, not having to mess around with tuning
Pulled
baits
over
all
10
the time.
feet to that fly got in front of him, and he, boom, like a 26.5. That was awesome. But I mean, just like, there, look at that. There's a good one, slid over. I need that right now.
And then last but not least, Allen's Guide Service. Check out Scott Allen, head-to-head champion.
Not a lot of them. There's some fish here. There's some good ones down there still.
Kurt the Killer looks like he's starting to work off the bridge a little bit and onto the flat. It's a shallower flat there he might be going up on. Great spot. A lot of times you see guys pitching jigs there.
What's Kurt's bait? He's pulling flies. We've kind of shared the link to the Hutch's flies off the realshot.com website. We can do it again here for you.
Come on, fish. Come on.
So what we got going on here right now is Michael Peters appears to be hooked up, but he's hooked up on his outside board. And because the fish isn't pulling the board back far enough, he had to reel in his inside board to be able to pull the outside board in. It is one of the advantages if you do use the Sam's Pro releases, is he could have tripped that outside board and brought that one right over the top of his inside one and not have to reel it. Is one of the downsides of smaller fish is they don't pull the board back hard. Sometimes I call that the planer board shuffle. Got to shuffle the boards around to get the fish in. Doesn't appear to be a giant, but hopefully maybe it's big enough. You can see it's causing him quite the ruckus here. Now he's going to reel that board in and hope that his lead isn't too long, that it gets tangled into that other board. Looks like the fish is out to the side a ways, which is good. If I was him, I'd take the board off and I'd actually walk myself up towards the bow now. Looks like it might be the right kind though. Actually what he's done is he opened the bail on his other rod and he's letting it float back to get out of the way. This looks like to be the right kind. That was a walleye head shake, if you ask me. See that quick toop toop toop, double triple head shakes. Usually that's a walleye. Pulling hard though. Awful lot of pull.
Come on.
I think he saw it. I don't know. If it's a walleye, it's a big one. Obviously a foul hook, something.
Fishing head-to-head bass. Probably
Smallie.
a 4-pound smallie, but we're walleye fishing today.
Tom's on the move.
Just saw Nick making a run, and we get back to Kurt and Michael. Kind of recap some of the battles here today again. So Kevin and Travis are still looking for their first 1 pound 8 ounce fish. Then we have Justin and Nick. We just saw Nick making a move. He's on the board with a 1 pound 13 ounce fish. Justin's still looking for his first one. Then we have the battle between Kurt and Michael, which you're seeing on your screen right now. Kurt's up with 4 pounds flat. And then Tom and Wesley. Wesley's on the board with a 1 pound 10 ounce fish. Remember, the weight is 1 pound 8 ounces is the minimum head to head for the Bago beatdown. Changed it a little bit from the 2 pound minimums from some of the past events. You can check all that out on the Walleye scoreboard that's flashing at the bottom of your screen. Has one of our amazing sponsors, Sportomotive. So we're also closing in that 3 hour and 15 minute mark.
Travis the goat farmer.
What time is it? 10 o'clock?
Almost done. Time's flying, buddy.
We got to put something together here.
Yeah. Yeah, you better, otherwise you're gonna be called the sheephead king here soon.
I never caught a single one of those in practice.
Everyone's gonna unfollow you.
Can't be a sheep.
Hey, at least you catch fish. At least you catch something though. It's better than seeing nothing, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
All right, hold on. I'll have these locked in just a second.
yeah, no problem. Yeah, but definitely died down though. Wow.
It did. It definitely died down. You're right.
Travis is talking about wind dying down. I think that's something we need bad. We need the wind to die down. We need the sun to come out. We need the weather to warm up, and we could use that for about 3 weeks in a row, Matt.
Yeah, I agree.
Calm seas, high sun, and 70 degrees.
I'm ready for some nicer weather.
I agree with Jamie on the chat. I think he needs to move. I think Travis needs to make a move in or out. I don't know that I would completely abandon my program if that's an area that he was catching some walleyes. They probably didn't go far, but I think I'd make a move in or out, try to see if I could relocate the walleyes, because sheephead had moved in and it appears the walleyes have moved out. Lucas, Kevin, we're having some camera trouble with Kevin. I'm not sure if it's the camera or if it's the area he's in, but that's one of the reasons we haven't been able to show him much today so far.
Could be could be priming the pump as well, you know.
Never know. Yeah. Watching Wesley here work the 41 bridge area with his fly pumping tactic.
Don't forget, we already made the announcement for the 930 sticker winners. Ted Saunders on Facebook and Matthew Lepton. Apologize if I butchered that a little bit, but I know Matthew already responded to us, so they're both won some stickers. And speaking of stickers, if you're just tuning in, we have the awesome head-to-head sticker contest that's going on. Here comes a link for that. That should be an awesome one. That gives you the chance at a $1,000 Real Shot gift card. So get yourself entered into that one. That's going to be really cool how we go. We're gonna narrow all the sticker entries that we get. We're gonna put them in a 64-man bracket, like a head-to-head bracket.
That's cool.
And we're gonna actually let the public vote on them. And as we get to our final winner, it's gonna be a pretty fun event. Want to get yourself entered for the head-to-head contest, I just shared the link to. Here's the link to the stickers.
We'll do another little fun giveaway here. If you place an order today on therealshot.com and it includes Walleye Nation Creations crankbaits, shaky shads, reapers, whatever, I've got a Walleye Nations hat that I'm going to give away free to one of those orders.
So we'll start that one at 10 o'clock.
I think anybody that ordered today, if they already placed an order, it counts.
All
That's
right.
fine.
I mean, they're fast bank. They might have had it packaged and shipped already.
Well, we'll go back and look. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll go back and look.
All right.
It is Monday, so I'm guessing not, but it is possible. But yeah, if you place an order today, Monday the 11th, with any Walleye Nations crankbaits, we'll pick a random winner, and then tomorrow I'll announce that winner just so you know who won. Everybody knows we're sending that hat, but we'll throw it in with your order.
Okay. Lieben. There you go. Matthew says it's Lieben. There you go. Congratulations, Matthew. Ted, remember, if you haven't messaged yet, I haven't seen it, you have to send us a message to H2H Fishing on Facebook in order for you to collect your prize.
So one more time, if you pick any, or if you place an order with any of the Walleye Nations Creations crankbaits, shaky shads, reapers, today, you will be entered in for a chance at a free hat that'll go along with your order. Make sure you use that H2H10 coupon code when you're ordering up a bunch of those Walleye Nations crankbaits.
Yeah, David, they said should make it so they have to use the H2H10 code. I mean, you're silly if you don't. Kurt looks like he's all bundled up. It's a little chilly out there today. Just under that 3 hours and 10-minute mark. Remember, you're watching Head-to-Head Fishing, the original head-to-head. This is the Bago Beatdown, day 1. We're here all week, 8 to 1 all week. New 8 start tomorrow. A lot of you have been asking. Captain James is fishing that one tomorrow. He's actually going to be head-to-head with Brett Walzer, another former head-to-head contestant. So as the week progresses here, it's supposed to be getting a little nicer, so hopefully the fishing picks up a little bit more, but it's been pretty good so far today. Yeah, you got to remember the head-to-head code is live during the head-to-head events, and if you don't use it, you basically lose it. So there's no way we can go back in there and add it to your order or anything like that. You just have to order again. So for those that didn't use it, make sure to get yourself entered in that sticker contest I just shared the link to. That's going to be a fun event. Goes on for a while, so represent. Find some cool and unique ways to take pictures of your head-to-head stickers.
There's no way I could go 5 hours without eating.
So we're looking at Nick Schrader and Justin. Remember, if you watched earlier, Nick was having a little bit of issues when he was
Fishing a tough bite on Bago, better grab a Snickers.
Justin's doing a Snickers promotion. But anyways, Nick was lifting up his trolling motor, hit the button, and actually sheared off 2 of his props. So he's getting that repaired. So that's kind of what you're looking at here.
That was snappy. I was going to come up and
We're off.
Getting there.
Just shows you how important those trolling motors are in this trolling
good at
game.
breaking stuff.
Good luck.
Wahi Wings and Waters, another one of our amazing sponsors, flashing on the top right-hand side of your screen. You can check out our current sponsors by headed to headtoheadfishing.com. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor of Head to Head, there's also a form there. You can check that on out and go ahead and peruse the website. A lot of cool information on there.
There. At the bottom draft of the Rants. See him sliding across? That's the one I need.
Get yourself one of
That was
the
a big walleye. That's where I'd be sitting.
print out the brackets for this one. Play at home.
It sure looked like a walleye too. Up off the bottom, about 8 inches, 6 inches.
Yeah, we're kind of hoping that all the COVID stuff gets figured out here sooner than later, so we can take this on the road. A lot of people asking, you know, can you bring it to this state, bring it to that state, bring it to this body of water? We definitely love to go as many places as we absolutely can, but we're taking all the precautions to, you know, deal with everything that's going on in the world right now. So hopefully everybody's out there being safe. Thanks to all the first responders, all the doctors, the nurses, everybody out there that's working those essential jobs. We really, really appreciate it. Appreciate all the support from everybody here that supports Head to Head Fishing and The Real Shot and all the rest of our awesome sponsors. Looks like Wesley's going to his little fly rig there. He's going to switch up. Brian, for your flies, do you use the pool noodle for that? That's what a lot of people use. They just cut up those pool noodles and wrap their fly rigs. It keeps them a lot cleaner. Keeps them getting from tangled up. And those pool noodles don't quite dull the hooks as much, right? Does a Real Shot sell net gators? Yeah, we sure do. We sell the fish monkey. You know, I just gotta see. I saw Zach was out there doing a little fishing over the course of last week, and he's got the same dang gloves as I do again. Him and I are always wearing the same stuff. I gotta get some new ones now. And then how much for a flat of crawlers? You can purchase a flat. I believe it's $70. Let me see if I can find that on the website here. You can go down, scrolling through the realshot.com. Live bait. Click on that. Yep, a flat is a 500 count of crawlers. It's $70. Here's a link. Then I'll share the link to the fish monkey gloves. So here you go, Jake. So Jake, for those crawlers, it's just best to call the store and give them a heads up. Kind of do a special order for them. Give us at least a week in advance to get them in. And then fish monkey. Yeah, we got the fish monkey gators. We got the AFCO line. Use that H2H 10 on those. Awesome stuff.
Watching the goat farmer here. Adjusting his boards, trying to get things lined up. He's using those tube style rod holders. I really like tube rod holders. He's got them on risers. Well, he's got the front one on a riser. I'm guessing he's got a third one that he normally puts in there that's even on a higher riser yet.
Will this ever be a live bait tournament?
I would say probably not.
No, we've kind of covered a lot of those reasons, but Russell does a great job explaining why. I mean, it's just innovation, right, Russell?
Yeah, no, we want, one of the things we want to do is we want to see walleye fishing. We want to see the walleye industry innovate like the bass industry has, and the only way to do it, I feel like, is to force anglers and manufacturers to think outside of the box. One of the things that guys always do, and I'm no different, is when the bite gets tough, you get a cold front situation like that, bang, you go to live bait, minnows, crawlers, whatever, versus an artificial type tactic. And what this will do is this will get the guys thinking outside of the box. We have already seen an angler use plastic crawlers on crawler harnesses. I think if the weather ever turns into spring and summer, the next Winnebago event for sure is going to be a crawler harness bite. And you will more than likely see anglers using imitation night crawlers on crawler harnesses out in the lake, because the next Winnebago event is lake only. One of the other things, Matt, was maybe you want to share the link to the Green Lake registration.
Yeah, I was just going to do that. You read my mind. That's the Big Green Walleye Challenge, June 15th through the 19th. There's some spots available for that one. Just click on the registration tab here. I'll get it all up in there. All up in your business.
Got one matchup, that Travis and Kevin matchup, still looking for a fish. They've got 2 hours before we go dinking.
Here's a link to that for that Big Green Walleye event. Russell, that's really cool. Right now, one of our awesome sponsors is Allen's Guide Service. He's actually taking $50 off trips booked during a head-to-head stream.
That's a good deal.
So I can just go on here. It's really easy to find his information. But if you go to our sponsorship and the current sponsors,
hooked up. The goat farmer's hooked up.
Oh, I think we're on bottom.
Oh, maybe not. Thinks he's hooked on bottom.
How did we hang up on that?
that is a challenge. I had that happen a lot to me pre-fishing for the tournament as well a couple weeks ago. You know, you want to get really on the bottom for these walleyes, and then you get these depth changes. You know, the depth will come up a foot or two and go down a foot or two, and you're kind of in this rocky situation where it goes up and down all the time. You're crossing over points and things like that where you might hit a high spot. The minute you do, bang, you're hooked in the bottom. But that's not a bad sign, because it means you're banging in the bottom and hopefully stirring up trying to catch a fish.
Steven wants to know what's the minimum dinking weight for this tournament. It's anything under a pound 8 ounces, right? Any fish.
Well, I think dinking he means what if it's a...
Yeah, if we go into sudden dink.
Oh, yeah.
Sudden dink fest, anything counts.
Anything counts,
So
yeah.
the 1 pound 8 ounce comes off.
Right,
And
it's
any,
anything.
any fish caught.
Yeah. Oop, hooked up. Wesley's hooked up.
As a walleye.
Wesley's hooked up. Right by the 41 bridge there.
Here's the tiebreaker.
See what he's got here. He's not running for the net, so now he is.
Not going to be big enough.
Oh, not big enough.
That's a penalty,
Oh,
too.
wrong link.
And a penalty.
Shouldn't even netted it. When does the penalty start? Right now?
What's that?
Does the penalty start now?
It starts as soon as you get the fish in the water. You got to turn it on the app.
You ain't gonna make weight. Okay. You have like a clock or something?
It's on the app.
Okay.
You start it on there.
I do?
Yeah.
That's alright.
That's one of those situations where getting excited, I think, a little bit, running for the net, rushing to net that fish, and then accidentally banging it in the side of the boat cost Wesley not only a fish that he can't register, but now he's got to take a time out. So
Allowing him to hydrate, though. Hydration is important.
Chad Schilling just made a cool comment. Appreciate it, Chad. He says, highly recommend sponsoring these events. He's had an amazing response. That's Awahi Wings and Walleyes that has sponsored Head to Head. That's great, and I think, I can't speak for him, but I think the guys over at Walleye Nations, I feel like probably have been happy. You guys have been supporting their baits and stuff, and we sure appreciate you not only supporting the Reel Shop, but supporting the sponsors of H2H for sure.
Yeah, here's the website link for Awahi Wings, Walleyes and Wings and Walleyes. All that awesome stuff going on out there. Have you ever eaten walleye wings?
No, but I have seen recipes for them, yeah.
What about the cheeks? Have you ever had the cheeks?
Yes, I have. Yep.
It's around that 10 o'clock time frame where we start talking about food.
I'll check the angler spending unit and how to do it. Tap the power button, is it still turned on?
You gotta read this Chris Shields comment.
Flash audio. 49 now in water temp. Coming up at least.
That is true.
I know him.
Yes, that is true. She used to bowl against me. Yeah.
You were a bowler, huh?
Ooh, Kurt's hooked up. We'll just leave it at that.
Might be a wave fish.
Kurt thinks it might be a wave fish. I was the my senior year. I was the state high school bowling champion. Won the state championship. Yep.
That'll weigh.
Said that away.
It'll be close.
Ooh, that one's gonna be close in my opinion.
Okay.
Had multiple opportunities to bowl in college.
That'll weigh.
Yeah, they can use gulp, Scott. Wow, that's impressive. Sitting next to the state champion here.
Yep.
Zeros? Yes. Gonna be close, but I think I got it.
Kurt thinks this will be bigger than 1 pound 8 ounces.
Yes. 110?
110.
Yes.
110.
There you go.
Kurt adds to his 4 pound catch. He's at 5 pounds 10 ounces.
You can tell the new ones because they're so pasty. They've been moving. When you see the white ones come up, those are the bigger ones that were spawning a month ago.
Russ the Kingpin. How many 300s?
Not a ton. 4 or 5, something like that.
You're just consistent, huh?
Yeah, I always was a good spare shooter, so very consistent games, never real big games. Sort of like my fishing. Never the biggest catches, but could find a way to catch a limit.
I don't know what the bowler look is, but Tyler thinks you got it.
Yeah, I would say. What's that movie called?
Kingpin?
Yeah, Kingpin. Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think, who's that professional bowler that you kind of look like you wore the sunglasses?
Petey Weber.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You've been called him before.
He's my favorite. Yeah, he's my favorite of all time. PDW. Looking live at Justin Schneider and Nick Schrader. Nick has the lead right now. He is down
0 both anglers.
a couple of prop arms on his trolling motor, but he's got the lead.
So Tony Gahagan says you had 5.
Still.
That's probably right. Yeah, Tony's probably right. She'd probably know more than me.
0, Mike Peter 0. Gribble has 5 pounds. Wesley Ruff has 1 pound 10 ounces. Wesley Ruff has 1 pound 10 ounces. That's the only. So
Big Earn.
Ruff and Grable, I think.
Big Earn, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah. Yeah.
So the boys aren't tearing them up.
It's the same look at 80s adult entertainment.
Probably true. Probably true.
It's a crossover. You've been months and that's awesome.
See Justin throwing a flicker shad there. He just switched from a jig to a flicker shad. That's a good tactic, I think, for Justin to kind of, now that we're getting down to this 2 hour some stretch here, maybe he could jump around a little more and cast that crankbait, fish a little faster in the sense of covering some water, but yet you know, you can work that crankbait slow, Matt, but still fish fast in the sense of moving.
What's your go-to size in a flicker shed?
Depends what I'm doing. If I'm trolling, I like the 7s. If I'm casting, I like the 5s.
Okay, now I know it's going to depend again, but what's your go-to color? Let's just say for Lake Winnebago, that's not a custom.
Well, it's all gonna. We're watching Tom here is hooked up on the bottom. Got snagged up. Gonna depend on the water color. As I mentioned before, my guess is that the water is very dirty today. We had a lot of wind. It's been stirred up. I'm guessing it's dirty. If it's dirty, I would go with colors like Fire Tiger, Perch, white-based colors. That Frankenstein and the Shaky Shad that I shared. Anything that's white-based, Prime Time in a Flicker Shad, Uncle Rico, things like that. If the water is more clear, I really love shiny baits. Maybe it's just because they look good to me, but they do catch fish. Black and golds, red and gold, orange and gold, stuff like that. Blue and silver.
Or seeing on the other side.
Derek just said Fire Tiger, Perch has been fire for him. Yeah, those are colors I like when the water's dirty for sure.
Got some new people like Darren coming in the chat. Remember, you're watching Head to Head Fishing. This is the original Head to Head. Right now, this is the start. Monday is the start of the Bago Beatdown. This is a walleye event on Lake Winnebago in central Wisconsin. Interested in finding out more? It's really easy. Just go to H2Hfishing.com.
Looking at Kurt the Killer, who was sitting on 2 fish for 5 pounds 10 ounces, and Michael Peters.
Kyle.
So for those of you at home that maybe don't fish bridges a lot, or do not have a lot of knowledge on bridges, what Kurt and them guys are basically doing is they're going back and forth in front of the pillars here on the bridge, and the pillars create a current break. Obviously the water has to go around those pillars, which creates a current break. Sometimes the walleyes will be actually in the current trying to grab bait as it flushes through. A lot of times I find they'll be in the slack water right in front of, right next to some of the pillars where there's some slack water. As I said before, though, it is a very difficult place to fish, as you got to be very careful on moving around.
All my buddies are gonna make fun of me because I said I wasn't gonna net nothing unless it was like 3 pounds. What are you netting all those fish into pier for? Them 2-pounders. You ought to boat flip those. Yeah, I know I should boat flip them, but. Told a few of my buddies, I've caught so many of this. I shouldn't say so many. I've caught a few that 18 to 22 range, pre-fishing. All you just grab a line, lift them up, and set them in the boat. Like, they're never a problem. But God, you see that fish and you think I better get that net because he's gonna fall off if you don't. But I think half the time when you're reaching for him with the net on that long fly rig, you're not doing yourself a whole lot of favors for a fish that's borderline. You're better off just grab them and lift them in. And that hook popped out the second it hit the net. Now, a lot of times that hook is just at the point, it's not even past the barb, it's just stuck in their cheek, or stuck on the inside of their, in that soft stuff, and it never actually penetrated anything. That's where this soft rod is nice. You never really pull on them hard enough to punch that hook, because usually it opens up and it tears its way out if you pull too hard.
Kurt was just talking about that soft rod, and that's what I've mentioned before. I really think it's important.
These fish up here are getting super finished.
It's really important with these river fish, especially in the current situation, to use a soft rod. I also think it's important if you're going to troll with braid to use a soft rod. looking here back at the goat farmer, Travis.
Chris, what do
It's
you
hooked
mean?
up.
Question
Goat farmer's
mark,
hooked up, Matt.
The link.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
I'm
Oh
tangled.
boy. This is not good. He's got what we call in the tournament world a professional setback. Also known as a wazzle, a tangle, a mishap. Yeah, WTF. I mean, it could be known as a lot of different things, but we're going to just qualify this one as a professional setback.
Be the one. Oh shoot.
He might have.
If I'm tangled in my other rod, I can touch it, right? There's not a fish on it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of problems here.
Come on.
He must be fishing a specific structure that he's got both rods on the same side, right?
Yeah. A lot of these guys are fishing the edges of reefs.
Oh my
That's
God.
what they're doing, and they're trying to fish the inside edge, the outside edge, so they're running the boards on the same side. I wonder if he knows which one has the fish, which one has each other, which one has... I mean, if I was him, I think he's doing the right thing. Just reel it all in and try to figure out what you got going on here. Because he's got a lot going on.
Well, this is not good.
Wow. I hope he's got a really nice walleye on the end of this.
At least he's a good sport about it all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like throwing line off his hands.
What does the goat farmer have? Get in the net. Oh, sheephead.
Oh man.
He's got that disease right now, sheepheaditis.
Gosh.
He's got to find a way to get rid of that.
We got quite the event going on here.
He said he's got quite the event going. I would say so. Yeah, I would say so.
Unbelievable. How does this happen?
This is worse than a 2-minute penalty right here.
Hey, it happens to all of us. I have it happen too. It happens to all of us. There's no, there is no doubt that tangles happen. And he did the right thing there. At some point, he just kind of was like, you know what? I'm just going to cut my losses, reel everything in, get the fish in the boat, and I'll start over. He's probably best off just cutting both lines once he's got the baits in the boat here, retying everything, and he's back to fishing in 2-3 minutes.
This is something that if you didn't have the camera in the boat, you would never tell anybody about this event either. You'd be like, yeah, ran a little snafu, that's it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Nobody'd ever know.
Nope.
Now, he decided to put that back out. I'm hoping he didn't have any...
nicks in the line or anything?
Yeah, so when the two lines rub together and create some friction, sometimes you can have what I call a fray, not a nick, kind of a worn spot. Not easy to see. I mean, he's obviously a great fisherman, so I'm sure he checked, but I would have probably cut there just because I wouldn't want to take any chances. I mean, he's literally looking at one bite right now.
Yep.
Could win the round for him. So you got to be so careful with two things. Number one, most of these guys are running their baits into the bottom. So you should be retying fairly often anyways, because the last 6-8 inches right above the bait is taking a beating to begin with. And then when you get a tangle like that, you got to be really careful. Simmons on YouTube asks, how do you get the outside line in without a tangle? Let it go out the back? Yes, so you can let it go out the back and let it go around. A lot of these guys are probably running their baits close enough in length behind because they're trying to work a piece of structure that you can actually shuffle it. So if you get a bite on your outside board and you can get it around, you can actually put the middle inside board to your outside. You can do a bunch of different things to make it work, but that's why I really think tripping or releasing, whatever term you want to use, the front release is something that not enough walleye guys do, because if he'd have done that there, he wouldn't have got that tangle. And you don't have to reel in the inside board then. It still does happen, but rigging your board so the front board part of the board releases. Yeah, somebody just said on the board, Nate did. He's 100% right. Rigging the board so that 100% of the time you release that front release eliminates the bulk of those problems. And you can do that a bunch of different ways.
Yes, Ronnie, that is correct. Only two lines, 2 rods.
Cheyenne, thanks for the order today. Appreciate it.
Again, we do our best not to talk over the anglers. We normally stop talking when they are. Just
10:30, we're gonna roll.
some of these guys aren't doing a whole lot of talking today.
Nothing crazy, just
This is probably the least I've heard the anglers talk in any event we've had so far. And I don't know if it's the slow fishing or just a group of guys we got, but we can hear them, and they're just not talking very much.
Mondays are normally like, the first day these guys fish is normally pretty slow. I think they're so focused on the task at hand that...
I was going to say the other thing, Matt, is we mentioned it before, we have 12 new anglers, 4 repeats. My guess is we have 12 fairly nervous guys, right? Because it's different. It's a different format. It's pressure. They're on camera the whole time. And I think these guys are just concentrating on fishing. And being that they're not catching a lot, they're probably not, they don't have a lot to explain, a lot to talk about. So we see Justin Schneider has switched over to trolling, so his jigging tactic on the reefs did not pan out, or the structure, whatever he was fishing. I think he was fishing Long Point Reef area, so his jigging tactic there did not pan out, casting crankbaits, so now he's switched over to trolling. John, thanks for the order. He says his Viper Custom UV flicker minnows have been good for him. Awesome. Nate, I use the OR12s for walleyes. I use the SST boards for salmon. Michael Peters now has gone from trolling to jigging.
Yep. That's just awesome to see the diversity. Thanks, Joe. Got a Reel Shot order today. Remember, too, we want to give you a chance at a $1,000 Reel Shot gift card. It's really easy. Just have to get entered in the H2H sticker contest. I've been dropping the link periodically throughout the chat, but here it is again. That's a really cool opportunity at a $1,000 gift card to thereelshot.com. Just dropping that link again. The other thing too is a great time to give a shout out to some of our amazing sponsors again this week. You can really find that information on our current sponsors list on the website h2hfishing.com. Again, Sportomotive, Meg's Custom Rods, Walleye Nation Creation. We've been sharing quite a few of their baits and the links throughout the course of the day. Oahe Wings and Walleyes and Allen's Guide Service. Allen's Guide Service is actually running a $50 off any trip that's booked during a head-to-head live stream, so you got the rest of the week from 8 to 1 to get all signed up for one of those. So thank you to all those awesome sponsors. There you go, Peyton. That's a very nice comment. We appreciate that. I like how fast my order shipped with the Rio Shot. I got standard shipping and came in 3 days, faster than my TW order. Is that a $1,000 gift card today giveaway or yearly? Well, Robert, here's the link right to the sticker contest. You can go ahead and read it over there, and can't click and go to it. It's on the H2HFishing.com website. The link should be working. Referring to the sticker contest.
Hopefully that support that goes back because we got our camera on you and it.
Justin Schneider, Nick Schrader here.
On the H2HFishing.com website, there's all kinds of other events. Go under the registration page, see what's open to fish. We have that big green event that's still open. That's June 15th through the 19th. It's a walleye event.
I'll be real honest, I'll be happy if either board goes back.
Yeah, when the sheep head ain't biting, that's not a good sign.
Back on Kurt the Killer Grable here. Hooked up.
Doesn't feel big enough.
Shannon, wherever you see closed captioning, that's something you have to do on that platform. So whether it's on Facebook or YouTube, there should be an opportunity
Close one.
to click off the closed captioning.
Kurt thinks that's a close one.
Gotta try, right?
Take a look. It's worth a shot, he thinks.
If he's 1 pound 8 ounces, he is gonna be 1 pound 8 ounces. Alright. Zero. Not even close. I'm excited for nothing. Same as that one before. 1-3.
Chad is pretty close with the 1-5.
Got a little bit of weight to him. Not big enough though. Yeah, let's move.
We added our matchups here, Russell, or now that we're closing in on 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we're at the halfway mark right now.
So we got Kevin and Travis are still looking for a 1 pound 8 ounce walleye for the Bago beatdown. Nick Schrader is up by 1 pound 13 ounces over Justin. Kurt is at 5 pounds 10 ounces over Michael Peters. And then Wesley has 1 pound 10 ounce lead over Tom.
John Scott wants to know when you're getting in a head-to-head event, Nat.
I don't know, Mandy. I think one of the criteria for fishing a head-to-head is you have to have a boat. That play been a process. Looking. What about you, Russell? When are you gonna get into one?
I would have liked to fish one of these 2 Winnebago ones. I think those would be a ton of fun. They're all fun. It didn't really matter.
You know, it would have been interesting if you would have got in on this one and you and Jim would have been going head to head.
Yeah, the boss would have probably beat me on live coverage. That would have been real great. Yeah, I had 6.85 pounds last weekend. He had 6.86 pounds last weekend. So he's always one step ahead of me.
I wonder, so we had somebody message about talking over the anglers. I wonder if we're ever going to talk tomorrow at all with Captain Jim at the helm there.
I think Jim will do a nice job of giving everybody an idea of what he thinks is going on, what he's seeing. I'm going to be real interested to see what he does. I have a pretty good guess. He hasn't told me what he's going to do. I have a pretty good guess. I think that he's going to probably stick to what he does best. I think he's going to troll. And if I was a guessing man, I would say that he's probably going to troll somewhere in the upper lakes. That's sort of his go-to. My hope is that he trolls out in Winnebago, because I just think if you get a couple bites out there, they're going to be nicer fish. But knowing him, he's going to be in the upper lakes, and he does very well up there. That's his go-to area. And being that nobody's there today, if he gets that all by himself, he gets that all to himself, that could be a huge advantage. Brian just came through and said he hopes he goes up to the upper lakes. You know, and again, like I said, I think Brian's right. If he gets up there and can get on some fish, he's going to have an advantage. The only downside to the upper lakes in this 5-hour format is, you know, you normally have like a milk run of spots. It takes a little bit to get up there, but Jim does have a couple of spots up there that he's been catching some fish in the Bago Walleye Club event and some other stuff. So it'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it, because yeah, and the advantage of being able to trailer to where you launch is going to be huge too, right? Because he doesn't have to run all the way up to slow no wake system and all that kind of stuff either. Right. So it'll be fun. It'll be fun to see where he fishes. It'll be fun to see what he does. But my guess is he's going to be trolling crankbaits, doing what he does. He's a troller, and I think he'll do well. I really do. And he's matched up against one of the powerhouses in the tournament, which is Brett Walzer.
Yeah,
he's a great stick. Brett, I think I got an idea where he'll be, and we'll talk about that in the morning. But I think I got a clue, and I haven't talked to him, but I think I have a clue what he'll be doing and where he'll be. Michael Peters looks like he's casting a crankbait now.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, he's probably casting on one of the reefs. Flicker shad. Kurt's going downriver. I'm gonna guess Kurt heads down to the mouth, where the Fox River dumps into Winnebago, and starts fishing there.
Mike Mann's on here. Mike, a lot of people on the chat want to know, did you upgrade your trolling motor with your winds? Back to Tom Wesley.
Yep, pre-fish closes for everybody once the tournament does start. So I think there is an advantage for the guys at home today. They get to see some stuff. You know, these guys know where guys are fishing, so they're going to get to see who has success, who doesn't. But that's going to all change too. You can tell the wind is dying down, which is the first time we've had that in about 2 weeks.
Oh man. And
the sun is out, and that may activate some areas that maybe aren't hot and heavy right now, but may become good tomorrow as that happens. Ray asked if I balance my rods and my reels. Not really. I use the Okuma cold water reels for walleye trolling, and like I said earlier, I really like soft rods.
Well, at least the weather is better than typical. which isn't saying a lot.
No.
Last month of weather. And I'm sure it looks beautiful for the people watching at home.
Yeah.
Nice little chop, sun's out.
Yeah, sun's out. Nice and warm though. The sun's beating down on you. If it wasn't for the wind, it wouldn't be bad.
If it wasn't for it being 46 degrees, whatever it is out.
Yeah. Oh, still that same.
And the walleye, they obviously don't like this either.
No.
This 30-degree nights and it's warm for a couple hours. I'll get home, the kids will be running around in a t-shirt outside, looking at me like I'm some kind of freak coming in all bundled up.
Yep. It's
get
nice
it.
out. Yeah, huh? Real nice. Oh.
Compared to like the last 2-3 days, I mean, it's either been can you move your? It's been calm and cold. I mean, it's been like this all spring though. I mean, it's just crazy. Every single head-to-head has been a total. I mean, at the end of the day, it's been a total flop. Not nearly what it should be, fishing-wise, because of all this weather we've had. I mean, this should be like here. This should be prime time, just whack fest, catching all kinds of fish in 100 different ways, and it'll probably get that way, but it'll get that way when there's only a few boats, later in the week. But we'll see better fishing for sure. It'll get better.
Wesley's on the move now too, so he's left the 41 bridge area and is on the move.
I forgot to ask you, why do you have a roller trailer?
It's just what came with the boat. I bought it used, so it's just what I had. It's nice in some aspects, but it also kind of,
I have a roller trailer with mine. It sucks. I just hate it because it catches the lip, and then I don't know. I get stuck having to lift
the bow roller. You mean?
Yeah, it gets stuck on the lip of my boat.
Have you tried when you're like playing with different depths as far as how far you back your trailer in?
Yeah, it doesn't really help out much when all I've got is 4 feet to play with, no matter what.
I hear ya.
Plus,
turn on anytime soon. I keep thinking about those. I said earlier my game plan was ride it out in the lake till 11, hit the north end, hit here, then run to the river, go play in there for the afternoon. So I think this troll is going to get a little bit shorter right now. And I got 1 point up here that I want to hit, and then I'm gonna go play elsewhere. This is not producing.
I believe Schrader was the gentleman that caught the sauger, and you heard him say he was on the north end.
Pre-fishing a week or so ago, or is it pretty stale where it's just?
Oh, my pre-fish started off pretty decent, and then we got this cold snap, and ever since this cold, it's really messed things up. I mean, fish were in one spot, they're going off tops, they're down deeper. I mean, my consistent bites on other parts of the lakes, upriver and stuff, they were looking good, and then the cold just shut them right off. And figured I'd come out here, just ride or die, make a game plan, stick with it. And worst case, hey, I mean, I already broke something today, so can't get any worse.
That's pretty minor.
It is pretty minor. I mean, this year I already put a new kicker on the boat because the other kicker that I had on here, I like taking it on and off the other boat, and with the new boat, it doesn't fit on the transom. So I actually had it in my storage unit, and it tipped over. So I've had a lot of fun this year with boat stuff. I mean, I always said bust out another 1,000, and well, it sure does take it.
It won't last. Yeah, it won't last long.
I think these were actually sheephead that I was marking that they'd actually bite.
Tyler White wanted
I don't know if there's anything in this cold, temperature dropping conditions that feels overly hungry.
Yeah.
that walleye or that sauger that was caught. Did that fish weigh?
Yep.
It was like the 112, wasn't it?
Yep. And those saugers generally hang up on the north end of Winnebago, and I wondered if that was going to come into play because they generally tend to group up, and once you find them, you can catch a bunch of them. I'm surprised he didn't catch more and or stay on that a little longer.
That's the marina my best friend's father-in-law uses. Got this ginormous boat.
Yeah. Wonder what they give away marine fuel for these days.
Ooh. I wouldn't want to know.
$3 a gallon.
Probably. Good guy who owns that place, though. Real nice dude. Yeah, he got lucky because he had like a medium-sized boat. When you're talking these ginormous boats, you know.
Right.
He had like a medium-sized one that got totaled. I forgot exactly what happened, but they ended up paying him out quite a bit for it. And then he found one that was just ginormous that was right in the price range that he had, so he just bought that one. So he got that upgrade for free pretty much.
That's pretty sweet.
Nick Schrader, Tyler, was the guy who caught it.
Travis the goat farmer, still working that trolling program. He switched to the other side of the boat now with his rods. Probably trolling the other direction, maybe. And he's hooked up.
That's a fisher.
Oh, bottom.
Remember that H2H 10 code is active on therealshot.com. Takes 10% off your order. Maybe you want to throw some Real Shot or some head-to-head stickers on there. Get yourself some of those stickers to get entered into the head-to-head contest. Maybe you want to buy some AFCO stuff. Take 10% off your AFCO order.
That would be a good deal. Yep.
You got stickers in the Sheboygan store?
I have a few. Yep. I think we have the dinking and the in the mouth stickers. Yep.
You gonna take some more?
Yeah, we could take some more today.
Especially since we got that sticker contest going on.
Absolutely.
Shared the link to the sticker contest. That's exciting. Always innovating here at Head to Head Fishing.
Yeah, if it stays
The
sunny
original.
like this all day, those guys will
Head to
probably
Head.
catch them pretty good tomorrow.
On here, you never know how quick the water clears up, though.
Right.
It's gonna be a lot of pictures. The way that contest runs till October, it's gonna be a lot of pictures to go through. I can't wait. We're gonna narrow it down from.
Well, it was 48, almost 48 even this morning. It was 49 and a half.
Oh, we haven't got 50 yet?
Not yet.
Wow.
I'd like to think if we got above 50 and this wind keeps building that they might go. They're here. You can see them laying there. It's frustrating.
Brian, are you asking what their boats are? We can go around and ask some of the guys to tell us what they're fishing out of. Who should we ask first, Russell?
Well, I can tell you that Kurt, the killer, is fishing out of a Ranger. I believe it's a 621. It could be a 620, but I think it's a 621.
I think, is it Justin? I think he's in a Skeeter. Is he in a Skeeter?
Justin Schneider?
Yeah.
Warrior.
Oh, he's in a Warrior?
Yep.
Somebody's in a Skeeter. I know I saw that.
Kurt the killer is pulling some lead core now, it looks like.
He's all masked up.
He is trying to make sure he's got no debris on his baits.
You really rip that stuff.
Yep. I think Nick Schrader's in a Larson. I'm pretty sure. Tom is in a Nitro. I'm pretty sure. Just totally going off the top of my head here, what I've seen today. Tom's in a Nitro. Nick's in a Larson. Justin Schneider's in a Warrior. Kurt's in a Ranger. Wesley, I think's in a Lund.
Can the angler work on a tangle while in a 2-minute penalty? No. Yeah, basically that's all they can do is keep the boat from crashing. Have a sip of water. Have a Sammy.
Yep.
Have a Dagger sandwich.
We got some guys on the move now.
Right.
Nick's on the move. Tom's on the move.
Well, when you, I don't know if I've ever seen in May, middle of May like this, you know, not seen a boat.
Do you have those air ride seats in your boat?
I did, yeah. My last boat that I had, I did. I had it. Wave Pros.
Oh, here we go. Travis is in the Skeeter. Way off. He's got that Stormy Chromer on too. Those are nice hats. Richard's got a good comment. I guess if you got it, we've talked about that. That's what a empty live well is for.
I would never eat a fish out of there again. Right there's your man in a skeeter, by the way, Travis.
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
Nice looking rig.
That's awesome. I would never eat a fish out of that.
Kind of reminds me of wicked tuna right now.
I
He's
know.
kind of working that bait down a little bit, you know.
I was watching that over the weekend. It's fun. We were playing a little game to guess the total weight dressed and then how much they were going for per pound. You can start a drinking game out of that.
Cooler down.
You can fish 3 lures in Wisconsin, Pat, but the tournament rules
Don't
are
think I
2
want
lures.
people to see where I'm throwing on this next one. So I'm gonna throw.
So secretive. Kurt's camera said, "I'm not gonna know what I'm fishing." I don't think anybody's out in the mud yet. Russell, do you?
See, my wife says all Russell watches lately is wicked tuna. Yeah, I've been watching a fair amount of it. She keeps wanting to turn on a movie, and I'm like,
it's addicting.
Ain't happening, yeah.
It's addicting.
Yeah.
I don't know what's worse, wicked tuna or head-to-head fishing for the addiction.
So Michael Peters is now pulling flies up the current here in the mouth of the river, and he's hooked up. He's on the south side break, it looks like. Oh, he missed it.
She said she'd rather watch paint dry. I disagree, Rachel. Wicked Tuna is a pretty funny show.
She's been watching these Marvel movies. It's been.
Oh. The other one we've been watching a lot of is those gold panning shows or whatever. Oh, we watch.
Oh yeah, Gold Rush or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, there, David says Wicked Tuna is on Disney Plus. Yeah, we have that Disney Plus.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my late night addiction as well. My late night is about 7 p.m. 7 to 8:30, and then I fall asleep.
Oh, I can't remember that. It's on that. Obviously, we don't have cable. We just have standard channels, so it's on the Quest channel, one of those gold shows. One of the guys' name is Carl, and my wife says I look like this Carl guy, which I don't see it. But she refers to him as Hot Carl. And I'm like, you can't do that. I'm like, do you even know what a Hot Carl means? Oh, it's crazy. Two hours and 5 minutes left, close to that, for Bago beat down here. Yeah, as we close in on that hour mark here, we still have a couple battles that are at zeros. That means we might go into the Dinkathon. So Kevin and Travis are still looking for a fish that qualifies, 1 pound 8 ounce. So remember, all the other battles have 1 scoreable fish. If it gets down to that hour point, those guys have not landed a 1 pound 8 ounce walleye. They'll go into Dink Fest, we call it.
Don't let it affect anything. I mean,
We're just going over
So that
the
means
reef
the
in about
weight
3
for
to
those
5
two
minutes.
anglers
I'm
will be
gonna wind
off.
up, hit the road, I think.
that might be a good plan. I'll tell him that.
I'm gonna probably give her the gooses when I go.
So this is number 3.
I would say to answer Cody's question, Russell, it's mostly a river thing, right? Nobody really does it in the lake.
Flies?
Yeah.
No. Nope, but you need current for it for sure. Mark, it was okay on Saturday, not great. I think Thursday when I went it was better. Weather was terrible on Saturday. I mean, it was blowing like 30 plus. Just horrible. Did you do any good this weekend, Mark? I'm sure you were probably out.
Randy, I'll have to look and see who's working. It might be Tyson, and Nick might be here that can answer that question.
Ty would probably know that, right? He's here till...
Yeah, Ty's here till
1 or
about
2.
2 o'clock. If we can grab him off the back here, he's really been busy.
I'm sure they're pumping orders out like
yeah,
crazy.
they're
today.
shipping a lot of stuff. But I think Tyson, let me see if I can find the schedule. If Tyson's working, he'd be a great guy to ask. Salmon event, you can find those all on the head2headfishing.com event tab, but I'll share it with you. It sounds like Kyle's really close to getting the rules up there.
Yeah, I think we got them figured out, so it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to the couple salmon events. Richard O'Connor said it was the worst Mother's Day weather ever. I kind of agree on that, although I will say I had a good day yesterday. I spent a lot of time with the kids.
Yep.
It was fun.
Yeah, I just feel bad for, the moms where people couldn't really go visit them, but I'm sure they took advantage of some Skype or some FaceTime or all those other Zoom.
Yep.
As we were talking about, I'm like, man, it'd really be awesome to go for like a Mother's Day brunch yesterday, but just had to eat at home.
Yeah, we picked up some food last night. I wanted to grill out, but it was just too crappy. I think it might be nice enough today. It might be back to grilling out time.
Yep. Well, you've been saying you've been using that grill virtually every day.
Well, I burned through, I think, now a full bag, maybe a little more than a full bag of pellets already.
Nice.
Yeah, so pretty good. Maybe a bag and a half even, I don't know, but darn close, I would say.
Yeah, I was saying about by the time you should be rolling home, it should be about 50s.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have to do grilling out tonight.
Oh yeah, the extended forecast looks really nice.
Yeah, I saw later in the week.
60, 68.
Great grilling weather.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to see what the boss says when I get going home.
She's watching right now. Ask her.
She'll probably chime in and let us know.
She's gonna know. How about pork chops? Have you done pork chops?
I have not.
Big fan of pork chops.
I'm like, our family really loves brats and hamburgers. So it's probably going to be a once a week deal.
Yes.
To be honest with you.
Big fan of brats. You got to be the Johnsonville.
My wife prefers Johnsonville as well. Yeah, I like Miesfeld myself as good. Either one or the other, but my wife prefers Johnsonville. Well, Anthony Richter was out on a Sheboygan fishing this weekend. He said he's smoking Lakers today.
Oh, awesome.
That'll be fun.
Is that legal in the state of Wisconsin to smoke Lakers? Dad joke. Brian liked that one.
You can see Nick's heading into the mouth of the river there. Coming up on the train trestle bridge right here. And it's up for him. Most of the boats can fit underneath it, but I'll tell you what, with that high water, it won't take much to not.
I'm kind of curious what kind of bait caster he's using. Looks blue to me.
Wesley's running the mouth of the river there too.
Anthony says if you roll them tight enough, it's legal. It means in the smoker. In the smoker.
In the smoker.
Smoking meats. Yeah, that's true. Pork chop in a can.
Plus he's pumping flies there in the mouth of the river. He's more in the channel, working a little bit towards the south break.
I like the festival brats too. Those are
Yeah, they are good. The firecracker ones, but
bacon and cheese brats.
bacon and cheese brats are good. Yeah.
Oh man. Now I'm thinking about picking
Hungry.
some
Yep.
brats.
I'm gonna get about a block down the road when we're done here and get something to eat. Of course, on the way home, it'll be A&W or something.
Well, that's the other thing that kind of bums me out with all this COVID stuff is, you know, they used to sell brats for fundraisers and things like that. You can't do that stuff as much anymore. Ooh, jalapeno and cheddar. Where's that place?
Mies Phelps is in Sheboygan.
Is it?
Yep, meat market in Sheboygan.
Can we give you
They
some
got
money?
great-
Can you bring me some back?
Absolutely. They've got some great ones.
Oh man, that sounds really good. That sounds like brats all week. No.
You better get that grill figured out.
I know. Well, like I said, I sealed the deal. I took the old grill to the dump. So, Jacob's Meat Market, pork. Yeah, they're a great place too. We always get talking about food on here. I love it. The chat's really good about that. Beck's Meats in Oshkosh. No, is it really awesome? I will, yeah, I will. Yeah, so Brian was saying, have we ever had the bourbon burger from
I have not.
Festival Foods here in Wisconsin? And I haven't. No. Oh, yeah, well, they make a burgundy pepper spoon roast.
Find one somewhere.
That's really good. That's a favorite at the Trot's house.
There's no doubt about that.
You marking them?
Yeah.
What's the temperature out here?
49.6.
There we got kind of a water update there. Country Prime, that's an awesome place.
Well, during pre-fishing when I was out here, this is where I got a sturgeon. And it was in the mouth.
Yeah. How'd that go?
Actually went pretty well. Got it all the way up to the side of the boat, got it unhooked, so it didn't have any extra line on it for snapping off or anything, so it went really well.
Yeah, but that must have been a heavy one.
Yeah, it was about a little under 5 foot, I was guessing. I don't know, 5 footer, so. Like a big muskie. It aired.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I bet. You know it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Michael Peters.
White bass.
Said it was a white bass.
That's exactly what it is.
Were there a lot of white
Get
bass
away
in the
from
system
me.
this year? Did you notice?
I thought it was not great.
A lot of guys are on the move right now. Getting a lot of questions on the East Shore, Russell. That's off limits for this event, right? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
East Shore's not.
That was only for the bass event.
Yeah, East Shore they can fish.
Yep.
That's why I said I was hoping Justin Schneider, but he was fishing the Long Point area. I was hoping that he was going to be working at East Shore because personally, I've done really well early in the year on the East Shore on fish that I think spawn out in the lake, but there was no chance of me fishing it for this past tournament because it blew, and I knew it was going to blow tournament day 30 miles an hour out of the west, so there was no way to fish the East Shore.
Gotcha.
So I was hoping Justin was going to fish it, but he would know if there was a bite going over there, chances are, so there must not have been. But it would have been neat to see that because I think, he'd have probably had it to himself, to be honest with you.
So Brian, you've been saying Kevin's been over there? Okay, so Kevin has been over there. And right.
That's a good point. We haven't really had anybody in a head-to-head event on the east side of Bago, so maybe he's in an area with poor cell service and why we've been having trouble. But
well, and what people don't realize if they're not from the area is there's a state park over there.
There is.
Notice that the state parks don't...
High Cliff, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Don't have the best of coverage on that side, so... There are a lot of sauger more on the East Shore? You said the north and the East Shore?
Northeast corner, yeah. I do real well up there on sauger. I think there's guys say there's sauger beds up there.
Oh.
I don't know what that exactly means. I know that when the DNR does some studies and stuff, they definitely scoop them up there. So that must be where they hang, and that's where I tend to catch them. So for me, when I fish tournaments on Winnebago and the bite gets tough, that's one of the first places I run to go look. Because saugers are aggressive. They're even more aggressive than a walleye. So they will bite a lot of times when the bite gets tough in really bad conditions. So that's why I was a little bit surprised to see Nick, unless he just hadn't been catching any and that was by chance, a little bit surprised to see Nick Schrader not work that a little harder, just because I feel like, that particular strain of walleye, a sauger, is one that you can really rely on in tough conditions.
Again, as you're watching the dual screen here, you see a couple of our sponsors, top right and on the Walleye scoreboard there. It's Sportamotive and Walleye Nation Creations are just two of the many that we have. If you're interested in becoming a sponsor, it's really easy. Just go to h2hfishing.com. There's a sponsorship form on there. But, we have some awesome ones. We talked about Sportamotive, 35 years in the business. Here you've seen Oahe Wings and Walleyes. Meg's Custom Rods. And then also Allen's Guide Service is another one of our awesome sponsors. And Scott is actually running from Allen's Guide Service. He's running a $50 discount if you sign up during a head-to-head event. So for Bago Beatdown here, if you would get a hold of Scott over there at Allen's Guide Service and sign up, take $50 off that fee. Jamie says 25 years ago on the North Shore, you could catch one sauger and have 4 or 5 follow fish caught into the net. That's pretty awesome. Dustin says got a brand new boat from Sportamotive last May. They were great. That is awesome. They are a great company to deal with. Huge service department, parts department. Run some awesome promotions.
Stay right back here. I'm gonna go up front.
They expanded off that Newbert Road, Highway 15 in 2004.
If I can catch fish doing this today. If I can catch them doing this today, I can catch a lot of fish doing this every day now from now on. We will see.
Be interesting to see if Kurt decides to jig. When I saw him a couple weekends ago, he was drifting and jigging there, which looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to drift and jig that flat there. And there's quite a few fish caught in the last tournament that I fished in that exact same area he was in. They were a lot of smaller fish, but there were a lot of fish caught there. Michael Peters is working through the train bridge there.
about a shout out here? Let's see where everybody's from. Chime in if you're watching. See the different states. We had some different countries watching at some point for head-to-head fishing here. The original head-to-head. We got Lee's watching from Michigan, Geneva, Illinois, Canada, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Yep, metal. Hidden fastener ones, yep. Then if you've ever heard of like diamond coat, we'll use that for fascia, soffit.
Really?
It's just real nice wood, and you know it's got coating on it, so it's waterproof and all that.
Yep.
Yep.
Colorado,
They give you a
Maryland,
11 o'clock update?
Alberta,
Nope, not yet. Pretty sure you guys.
Indiana, Nebraska, Ohio.
Give you an update. What's your guy again?
I think he's Kyle, isn't he?
A lot of different states watching today, Russell. Syracuse, New York, Iowa. A lot of people chiming in from Michigan.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see the diversity of areas where people are supporting head-to-head. We sure appreciate it. And supporting the Real Shot and the rest of our sponsors. Walleye Wings and Walleyes.
Sportomotive, Meg's Custom.
Walleye Nation's Creations.
Yep, and then Allen's Guide Service.
Yeah, so appreciate everybody that's tuning in, supporting head-to-head, and supporting all the great sponsors.
South Dakota.
Let's get her story straight up here the whole time.
How do you get into a head-to-head event? Well, it's really easy. Just go to h2hfishing.com. The sign up is on there.
My daughter eats that.
Yeah, so the next open event for walleye is that Green Lake event. I'm kind of curious about that one. Hopefully that one fills up fast and we can get to that event. I think that's kind of a secret lake for big walleyes.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think kind of a two-sided thing, right? I don't think it's full yet because it is kind of a not a high-profile walleye lake, but I think people could be missing out on that one. I think the Green Lake, Big Green could be really exciting. That's for sure.
So Lindsay asked, how come we haven't seen Kevin? Well, he might be in a spot with bad cell reception. We did find out he's on the East Shore, and so far in any of the Bago events, well, the bass event, nobody's fished that East Shore. So he's could be really close to a state park that's over there, and notoriously the state parks are not really good. And to answer your question, you can see at the bottom of the scoreboard there, when the names flash across, you'll see if he has any fish. So far, him and, who is he taking on there? So Kevin and Travis are still looking for their first 1.8 or 1 pound 8 ounce, sorry, walleye of the event here.
Justin's dragging jigs now. Looks like he might be in the mouth of the river.
Yeah, Matthew, we've definitely thought about taking head-to-head on the road. Obviously, with everything going on in the world right now, we're kind of isolated to the state of Wisconsin. We had Minnesota all lined up. We got word the other day that Minnesota is actually rescheduling or canceling a lot of events over in that state. So until this whole corona stuff kind of blows over, if it ever does, we're kind of stuck here in the state of Wisconsin. But who knows where 2021 is going to go. We're adding as many events for 2020 as we can to keep everybody interested and get a lot more walleye, bass, maybe some other salmon events signed up. And, we're going to open the floodgates. We've thought of pretty much every event we can possibly think of. We thought of sheephead events, catfish, bow fishing, ice fishing. So there's not a whole lot out there that we haven't contemplated and doing a head-to-head. That's a cool thing about the head-to-head, the original head-to-head format. You can do just about anything with it. So unfortunately for the rest of 2020, you're going to see it either be a bass, a walleye, or a salmon event.
Camera's again at the same spot.
Like Nick Schrader's in the river now.
Steven, why does Kurt's weight not add up? I think what you're looking at in confusion is his average, says 2 pounds, 13 ounces.
Yeah, Kurt had a 4-pounder, and he had a 1 pound 10 ounce fish, so that was his 5 pounds, 10 ounces.
Yep, Joe, we've thought about doing a muskie event. Again, I mean, it's we've talked about everything. And for those who are wondering, we've talked about going to Erie. I know that's going to happen next.
Trying to find one. They're expensive, even, used.
Yeah, they're not giving them away. Oh, Jesus.
The goat farmer's hooked up.
There we go.
Question is, can Travis put a walleye on the boat here and get all 4 of our matchups on the board, or are we looking at possibly dinking here in 40 minutes? Michael, I do think the Petenwell flowage, is a great fishery. I'm just not sure what the cell service is there.
Well, originally, before we had to reschedule the season, we had that area.
The Petenwell on there, yeah.
Yep. We had that whole western side of the state on there. I mean, and that's the way we're working with. So if things don't line up with that Green Lake event, which I foresee them filling up fast, you know.
This one feels more walleye like. Come on.
Do you think you could feel the teeth?
I hope he can. I hope about 2 pounds worth of teeth. I just saw a lot of fish there, unfortunately. Looked like a lot of side profile. Darn it. I don't think he saw what I saw. I think he was grabbing the net. He seems really excited.
Oh. That's another big one.
Yeah.
You know, Sheephead has been quality, though. He's been catching some big ones.
Yeah, he's been farming all
Bah.
day. He's struggling.
Bah. Oh, come on.
You know, and there are a lot of people saying that cell coverage is bad on the East Shore.
Did these count after 12 o'clock?
And Pete, well, we're not really looking for cell coverage per se, but oh, another board.
Just keep hoping one of these are going to be the right kind.
I think that one came off. Where are we at?
He's using a unique angle when he's trolling too. If you notice, the waves are not at the back of his boat, which these guys are trying to work a piece of structure, and it makes it very difficult, you know, if the wind angle isn't right. But he's side drifting really bad, which doesn't give a great presentation to the baits either, unfortunately. Thankfully, the baits are on the fast side of the boat, so at least they're getting some action. But
we got Richard O'Connell on here saying, let's get some likes over on YouTube. Well, let's do this. Let's give away another sticker here. We'll give away another H2H sticker here. We'll start that right around 11:30, and we'll pick a winner at noon. So again, let's go over to YouTube and Facebook, give some shares, get some likes, comments, subscribe, do all that kind of stuff. And Russell and I will pick one random winner from Facebook and one random winner from YouTube for a H2H sticker, since we got that awesome sticker contest going on for $1,000, for your chance to win a $1,000 gift card to therealshot.com. So we'll start that now, and we'll pick that winner at noon. Those two winners, I should say.
perfect. A couple minutes to noon.
Yeah.
No, at noon. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll pick her at
11
noon.
o'clock,
Yeah, I was gonna start at 11:30,
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
Why wait?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's pick some random sticker. Now remember, if you're not local and we pick your name, we'll contact you. There could be a shipping and handling fee for that stuff. So, who were the 930 winners? The 930s winners were Ted Saunders on Facebook and Matthew Lieben on YouTube.
It's still not even at 50-degree water temps yet. Yeah. Well, right now we're in my old faithful spot just to get a fish at home.
No, Travis, nobody is on Poigan today. Nobody's on Butamore, Winneconne.
This is a really cool format. It's just too bad we weren't getting more action for everybody to watch. You know?
Yeah. I'm probably gonna make this for the next, I don't know, probably till 12:15. I just wanted to take a good look at it. Now I kind of see where I got to spend my time on this drift.
Kurt, interesting. Matt, he was coming from upriver, and he kind of just set up on that break and then drifted down. What the ride back up did is it gave him an opportunity to idle up the break. And you just heard him saying, now I know where I need to concentrate. So he's probably located some fish on the fish finder on certain parts of that break. Now he's going to drift over the top of those fish instead of just, you know, it's a good tip for guys. I'm sure if he had it back, instead of wasting 20 or 30 minutes on that drift, he'd have probably rather spent 5 minutes idling up the break, finding the fish, and then drifting now. Kurt, being a very, you know, experienced angler, I bet if you asked him, he would say that that was a mistake he would take back if he could. When you're dealing with 5-hour tournaments, you can't afford to really make half-hour mistakes too often and expect to be successful. Now he's sitting on a 5-pound, 10-ounce lead in what's an incredibly tough bite. So he's sitting okay, but had he wasn't, I think that definitely changes things.
So I actually just radioed.
This spot? Oh, I just wanted to see how many fish were here. I just wanted to see how many were down there and how they were positioned. If they were packed up in little bunches or if they were all spread out individually. They don't look particularly ready to, they don't look that great, but they're there. And if I can pop this bait right in front of one of them, he's probably going to eat it. Maybe not, though. I don't know. It's a tough day.
So that's the cool thing about the head-to-head format is I just radioed his camera official and just had him kind of break it down, like Russell was talking about why he chose that spot. Try not to bother.
They are set up a little differently than pre-fishing.
Try not to bother these anglers too much, but once in a while it's water temp, you know, certain kind of questions like that is awesome to know.
The last comment was exactly what I said. So he went and set up and made a drift based on pre-fishing, and then when he idled back up, he realized that they were set up a little differently. And truthfully, I think he was a little bit slow on giving us a good response there because it is Monday. I think on Thursday you'll get a little more detailed response out of Kurt, and rightfully so. I think you'll get a little more detailed response out of him on what he saw there. But you know, he obviously saw the fish were not where he thought they were going to be, which means he spent the bulk of his drift time not on top of the fish.
Tanner, we're working on figuring out what's going on over there with your dad stuff. We apologize. Just we're at the mercy of technology on some of these situations. So we've been in contact with his camera official throughout the course of the morning, trying to figure out how we can get him back up there. So we do apologize for Kevin's camera not being on here as much. So as soon as we are able to have him pop back in an area with good coverage, we'll definitely get him on the screen and get the airtime he deserves. I mean, we're working with some of the most state-of-the-art, live streaming equipment we can possibly get our hands on, and yeah, I think we can see. Sometimes poop happens. Yeah, that was just on last night. Bumper sticker. Forrest Gump helped create the bumper sticker that says poop happens.
Yeah.
Watched that one yesterday too. That was another good movie.
Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
Boy, I haven't watched that in years.
Really?
No.
I think it was like on ABC or something last night. You won, Ted. Ted, you are one of the sticker winners. Send us a message to H2H Fishing Facebook page.
4 other guys are at 0. Wow. 5 out of 8 with zeros.
Yeah. And I think there's
10 pounds?
2 and then 5.
Oh. Wow. I was gonna say, wow, he's
not a lot of fish out there.
crushing it.
Or, well, no, they're all out there. They're not biting,
That's also correct.
You can see them right there.
No matter where we go, I'm marking fish, but
Or you could reach down and get them.
yeah, that would be the best. Well, we got an hour and a half yet, roughly, to. Well, it sounds find one, at least a 19-inch fish should get you right up there.
What's that?
So about a 19-inch fish would be about enough to get right back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kurt was at 0 pounds. He's at 5 pounds 10 ounces. Not sure where you're seeing that. And then Joshua asked, his fish count correct? Who are you referring to? Yeah, I agree, Corey. Somebody's got to get out there and fish those Walleye Nation creation baits, one of our awesome sponsors. As well as Sport & Motive, Meg's Custom, Oahe Wings and Walleyes, and Allen's Guide Service. Check out all the sponsors on the current sponsors tab on. Ooh! Oh.
Nice. I think everybody at home saw that nibble.
That's a rock.
So Justin kind of moved into that fish to let him take it a little longer.
Yep.
That one grabbed it. Just didn't want to commit.
That marking fish up there too?
Just checking on the time and temperature. But yes.
No, if Kevin were to catch some fish, they would show up on the Walleye if he entered them in. So if he's got good cell signal. So I mean, if he's catching fish and the camera's not picking up reception, those are two kind of different things. But Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about earlier. It's really two separate things. We refer to it to make it simple as cell reception, but it's more of upload. Its bandwidth is what the cameras need versus just a standard cell reception.
This thing's just always, doesn't matter what time of year you come in here, you might get fish.
Yeah, I just see your message here, Bob. Not sure why it said that. But yeah, Kurt's at 5 pounds, 10 ounces. Brad wants to know, do you have an official name yet for when H2H comes to the cross in July? Not yet. So we got a name out there? Brad says Mississippi Mayhem. It's a pretty good name, Brad.
I'm gonna have to take you up and get you out of the wind.
Lacrosse lockdown. I like that one. Cooley Clash. Boys, a bunch of good ones. No, there are no tournaments in Michigan. So we asked during the bass event how many walleye guys were watching, how many bass guys are watching this during this walleye event. Hour 20 remain here. Do you think we're going to see a Dinka-fest?
I think that the odds are looking that way. I'm hoping not, but I think the odds are looking that way. It's hard a little bit because obviously we've had the unfortunate, cell issue or camera issue with Kevin, so I haven't been able to see what he's got going. But what I'm seeing with Travis, the goat farmer, is we're probably going into dink mode here in about 19 minutes and 50 seconds.
Right, just in time for
Curtis is a bass guy watching the walleye stuff. Oh, here we go.
Travis the goat farmer's hooked
Having
up.
a little snacky snack.
What did I tell you? As soon as we get the sandwiches out, we're going to hook up. Classic. Classic.
Wonder if Travis was having a dagger sandwich.
Boy, would this be a tough one to swallow if this was a 1 pound, 6 ounce walleye.
Yeah, it's just kind of pulling straight. Not a lot of head shakes that we can see here.
Broke off.
Oh. Could go right back to what you're talking about, Russell. I mean,
it's exactly what it is. Yep. And no discredit to him. He may not have been able to control that. But when you're banging the bottom on these reefs out on the structure constantly and getting hung up, I will never get hung up and not immediately reel that rod in and check that line, because that last 4 to 6 inches is absolutely going to get chewed up in those rocks. And if you go to get a bite, bust off.
Well,
now, it's very
that's unfortunate.
Very possible that was a walleye that had swallowed and the hooks got it. I mean, I'm sorry, the teeth got it, excuse me. It's possible it was a big sheephead and pulled and broke. It's one of the reasons I like braid versus
I'm
mono.
just had another snap swivel back on.
God. Oh, just listen to the disappointment.
I've been checking my line all morning too.
See, and he just said he's been checking his line.
Just ran into some.
Yep, that just maybe doesn't. God. Might not have mattered.
Well, there's a lot of zebra mussels in these areas.
There is, and I mean, truthfully, it could have been a walleye that got it in a gill plate. It could have been a sheephead that got it in a gill. I mean, there's sharp stuff other than just teeth on these fish. Truthfully, that's sort of one of the reasons I really promote to people braided line. I don't even use a leader on Winnebago most of the time, and that, I hate to say it, but I almost guarantee that does not happen if he was using 20-pound braid.
The wind was in a down pattern. That never fires them up. Yep. Now at least the wind is picking up and building.
Yeah, it could have been a pike.
It very easily, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things that could have happened there that were out of his control.
So there was a question earlier, what's the minimum weight for this event? It's 1 pound, 8 ounces. So as we close in on 15 minutes to the hour, we can just share here. I'm sure we're going to get a lot of questions is what happens during a tiebreaker. So for those anglers, which would be Kevin and Travis, that are still in the zeros, they're going to go through Dinkfest, Dinkathon, whatever you want to call it. And here are the tiebreaker rules. Now remember, it'll just be for those anglers. All the rest of the anglers have a scoreable fish in their matches. Click the link there and you can kind of read through the rules for tiebreaker. Hopefully we don't get there, but also a good time to recap our H2H sticker contest. Sudden Dinkfest, as Dylan Williams says.
Make a run.
Get yourself a Dink sticker. H2H Dinkin.
There's so much stuff coming down, you can just feel it. On your line, maybe? Yeah, too close.
outfit.
And the other thing is don't forget, Russell and I are going to announce a random winner from Facebook and a random winner at YouTube who shares this event, tags some people in it. Give away a head-to-head sticker of some kind. Maybe at that time, if we're in Dink Fest, maybe we'll give away another Dinkin sticker. What do you think there, Russ?
Let's do it. Yeah, if we go into Dink Fest, I think we should do that.
You get that sticker, you can take some awesome photos and get yourself all signed up for that contest. We were kind of talking earlier, that's going to go down into a 64 person bracket. We're going to let the public vote on it, narrow it down until we have one winner. So go ahead and read over the rules. I just shared the link in the chat. Remember, H2H 10 still going on. We got Alan's Guide Service offered $50 if you off a trip, if you book a trip with them. Sportomotive has some amazing promotions going on in their website.
Sounds like Match 1 is about to go into Sunny Deck. Really? Oh boy.
Walleye Nation Creation, we've been sharing links to their amazing product all day today. It's really easy. That's just on therealshot.com. Here's a link. Chris, make sure to go ahead and read the rules and the stipulations on that contest. It runs till October, so I'm pretty sure you'll get your stickers in time. And actually, to credit the warehouse, they're really getting caught up fast.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, you know, the shipping carriers are definitely up and down on deliveries. Stuff is just not. I shipped something the other day, I think it was on last Thursday, a week ago Thursday, to a customer that lives literally 15 minutes from the store, but, you know, he didn't feel comfortable picking it up, which was fine. It took like 4 days for him to get it. I mean, there's just no guarantees right now.
Well,
but October, I think, is probably a pretty good.
I would hope so.
Pretty good deal.
That rod's so sensitive, you can feel the snag.
The teeth of the snag?
The teeth of the snag.
Yeah.
Kurt was double jigging. Yep. Yeah, and like Russell said, Chris, I mean, we're at the mercy of those. We'll get it out of the store as fast as we can.
See a whole bunch if they're sitting there.
Right.
So Ted, if you're still watching, I see you sent a message. We need a best way to get you the sticker. If you're local, you want to stop by the store, we can go ahead and do that. Otherwise, if you are not local and it's something that we need to ship, we need an address. Remember, if we need to ship it, there's going to be shipping and handling fees that go along with that. So. Easiest way to be, if you're a winner of one of these random giveaways we do throughout the course of the 5 hours, add something to your order. Go to H2H, enter the H2H 10 code on realshot.com, take 10% off, and just let us know that you placed an order and we can drop that sticker in there. Any new H2H coming on the bay? I don't think we have anything set up. Just go to the H2H events tab on the website. You'll kind of see what we got planned. But again, with working with Brian, you might throw an event in tomorrow. You just never know. So,
Isn't that the truth?
I'm just saying. I mean, we're constantly trying to have as many head-to-head events as we can.
We do have a week off next week, I think. So. Oh, we are? Oh, Bass. Gotcha. Yep.
You might have the week off.
I don't know.
You gonna come back and
the
talk?
boss hasn't told me yet.
You
so
come back here and talk some bass fishing?
I guess I'll find out. There are definitely more experienced people with the bass fishing than I am. But
Well, if that's the case, then why am I still sitting here yet? I just got a backhanded compliment. They said I'm the glue that holds us all together.
Yeah.
No, I think we'll have another commentator. I don't know if Troy will be available or if we can. Andy Cleveland is a local bass aficionado. He might be sliding on in here and talking some bass knowledge. So. Steven, I can tell you it's warm in the studio here, but I think it's cold on the water.
Yeah, it looks like it's warm
Those guys
enough.
gotta get a fish before they get in the sudden death, huh?
That's what it's
8 minutes.
I think last time we said.
Mike Mann
We were
says,
both
let us
doing
know
it,
if we
and I think
need
it's like
someone. Yeah, that's a good
2
idea,
minutes
Mike.
left. Guy landed one.
Oh, that's great. I've never seen that.
Yeah, Mike,
That was just
send
what he
Kyle a
did to the
message. We'll get you in
winner.
studio.
Yeah. No one else caught anything in that match. It was just that
Yep.
one right at the last second.
Chuck asked why the guys jigging weren't dead sticking. I know Justin Schneider has been. He had a dead stick out as he was drifting there. Kurt decided to, basically he was dead sticking with both rods. I mean, he just had 2 rods in his hands. He wasn't moving them very much. Yeah, Corey, fishing is tough. There's no doubt about it.
Well, and we talked about it earlier. As the weather gets nicer, hopefully throughout the course of the week, the fishing should get better. But
Well, I mean, Kurt Grable gave the perfect explanation, the same explanation I gave at the start of the day. I mean, there's just nothing you can do when you set up these events. Nobody, I mean, this is top 3, top 5 worst spring weather sort of flips I've ever seen.
Right.
Not necessarily overall the worst, because we had a really nice early spring. Spring came early, but this last 6 weeks or 4 to 6 weeks have been horrendous. And there's just nothing you can do to predict that. I mean, as Kurt said, and I agreed with him 100%, a month ago, when I looked at this event and this date, I thought it was going to be exactly what the name was, a Bago beatdown. I thought there'd be a lot of fish caught, a lot of different ways, in a lot of different areas, and it should be. We're watching Travis here. I'm guessing he must have a plan to dinkathon it out here. He's got his skeeter up and moving, and it looks like he's making a run somewhere to relocate.
so we're closing in on just about 5 minutes. Now remember, not everybody goes into Dinkathon or Dinkfest. It's the only 2 anglers left, which is Kevin and Travis, who do not have a 1 pound 8 ounce walleye in the boat yet.
Huh?
You're pretty safe right now.
I think so. I mean, the options are endless out there on the lake, but in Michael's position, it's very discouraging that nobody's catching them.
Right.
It's not, I mean, if somebody starts rattling off fish, well, there's hope that somebody's got them figured out. And figure it out and go, but I don't know.
Free fishing is bad, you don't know where to go.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's been consistent, that's for dang sure. Second you think you got something figured out, nah, you don't.
I think Kurt thinks Michael's still out in the lake. I'm pretty sure Michael's in the river now somewhere. But regardless, he's right. Kurt's sitting in a pretty good spot with 5 pounds, 10 ounces, and looking like he might be moving on to round 2 on Wednesday.
Yeah, remember we have 8 new anglers that are fishing tomorrow, including the infamous Captain Jim.
Captain Keller for sure is going to be fishing tomorrow. He's up against Brett Walzer. That's going to be a heavyweight matchup. Lapine and Rich Stadler is going to be a great matchup. RJ Hardwood. I mean, that whole bracket tomorrow has got a ton of anglers with a ton of experience in it. It should be fun, and hopefully a little better weather. Maybe a little more stable weather will maybe help a little more fishing. Tom looks like he's hooked up here with something smaller, maybe. Or just maybe some debris or something. To me, it looks like he's got something going, but he's not acting like he's too worried about it. Something on there. Apparently nothing to get excited about. He's just putting the bait right back out.
Two minutes, 30 seconds away from potential Dink Fest here. Dinkathon. Sudden Dink Fest, whatever you want to call it. We're closing in on that time frame here. This is head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head.
Travis is now jigging. Interesting. Brian just made a good point. He asked, would you even start fishing? I wouldn't. If I had pulled up on that spot, I would have waited till 12 o'clock, because obviously right now, if he hits a fish and it's not, it's a walleye, but it's not 1 pound, 8 ounces, boy, oh boy, would that be disappointing.
Cool, Ted Saunders, one of the winners of the very first sticker that we did today. Just place an order. Thank you, Ted. We'll get that sticker thrown in on there. And remember, we're about, 30 seconds away from announcing our next 2 winners. All right, 40 seconds away from a Dinkapalooza.
Dinkathon.
What is Dunkfest? I'm not sure. I know what Dinkfest is.
Yep. We could probably get T.G. Gabriel, president of Dink Nation, to maybe give these guys some advice.
One.
Yeah, he's the original founder. Well, not the original, but for 2020 he is.
Yeah. Definitely not in the mood.
Michael Peters is back out on the lake now, casting a crankbait.
Ooh.
Coverage does continue for the Dink Fest.
Sure does.
We're excited about it.
Sure does. Now, I mean, in the chance of those guys both ending on a 0-0 tie, it goes to a coin flip. We're not staying live for that whole time, though.
No.
That'll be handled by tournament director Kyle. They'll do it in the parking lot. We got to have a winner advance. I mean, it's as simple as that, but somebody will catch a walleye in the next hours, which we are in now. Dinkapalooza has started for Kevin and Travis. Those two anglers only. Everybody else has a scoreable head-to-head fish. So, again, we'll keep everybody updated here with Kevin. We do apologize.
I definitely caught plenty of dinks the last time I fished a tournament here, so well, that may have changed with this weather for sure. Lindsay, Dinkfest goes till 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, it will become a coin flip.
All right, Russell, I got some winners here. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
All right. These are for a head-to-head sticker. We're going to give away.
Oh, sudden death. I would assume they're going to come racing into the river here to try to catch an 11-incher. Huh?
I would think so.
Yeah. And you come in here to try to...
All right, so Facebook for a head-to-head sticker. David, and I'm going to spell the last name, Streuly. Dylan Williams. So Facebook, David Streuly, I'm guessing, and YouTube, Dylan Williams. There's David, all right. So David, if you are not local and you need this sticker to be shipped, please send us a message to Head-to-Head Fishing on Facebook with your address. Remember, shipping and handling rates may apply. And then Dylan Williams, same thing to you. Oh, perfect. I got his last name correct. Dylan Williams on YouTube. Make sure that if you're watching, which I know you are, I've seen you on here quite a few times, head over to Facebook, Head-to-Head Facebook page, and send us a message. We'll try to get your sticker in the mail right away today. Remember, shipping and handling rates may apply. If you're local, just stop into the store. Give us a little time though to get it up front to the staff. We can curbside deliver that as well if you'd feel better that way. But get all those stickers. If you weren't lucky enough to win one just now, you can purchase them on therealshot.com. Get entered into our H2H sticker contest. We're getting closer for those hats to be showing up as well. I mean, if all goes well.
Jigged. And vertical jigging too, but no, those new ones I got are staying in the strap for now. Not a good jig pitching kind of day. We did it for that 15 minutes when the camera went down, but I don't really want to go in there and do that anyways.
No, let's stay away. Where the eyes are.
Yeah, I don't know, Chris. We'll have to get some Dock Dinger stickers in the works. That is a specialized group, though. I am the president and founder of Dock Dingers. Not proud of that.
God, I want to go on a Bago reef, bobber of plastic. They haven't even been doing very good on bobbers from what I heard. Huh?
So you'd probably be safe to try it.
Probably. I don't see myself catching one right here.
Chris said he got a compliment rocking his H2H hat the other day.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember, there are some
They're
hats
large, but-
available.
Big one this morning bit exactly when it was supposed to. All I wanted to get was 2 bites and have one of them be a good one. Huh?
You no more said that about a 4-pounder.
Yeah. Yeah. It'd be cool if the camera was on me when I said that. Oh, there'd be a lazy one coming through. You never know. Oh, bang, there's one. Perfect. No, I had a feeling I was getting into the right area.
Live here at Justin Schneider and Nick Schrader. Nick's setting up at the 41 bridge. So you might pull flies there for a little bit.
Out, you know, like if there were any previous 2 small fish.
Right.
You know.
If they even caught any small fish yet.
Yeah. Yeah, you might just be sitting there, it's like, oh great, everything counts, but you can't even get anything, you know.
Well, I don't have to worry about that. I just need one. The way it sounds, I just need 1 fish as of now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, even his 1 fish is not that big.
Yeah, 110?
Yeah, 110, so I mean, that's barely in there.
So this will come right down to it then. Unless he adds to it before I do.
Right.
Alright, so I got tournament director Kyle Carpenter said, yeah, it's made of popping noise. Hear me now?
Right here. It should be good now.
Okay. So anyway, sorry about that. We unplugged the microphone. Kyle Carpenter is joining us here. We're getting a lot of questions on when Walleye Madness is getting rescheduled for and everything like that. So Kyle, thanks for joining us, and why don't you explain what we had to do and what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? An exciting day on Lake Winnebago, I see. We got one match in Dinkfest, but
yep.
Walleye Madness 2, Part 2. It's going to be June 29th through July 3rd. We do not have that open for registration currently. We plan to extend the boundaries on that, so we have to get up there and check some more cell service and just make sure that we can do that. We're pretty confident that we'll be able to expand them, you know, at minimally to Pensaki. Pinsaki across over to Bayshore Park is kind of what the plan is. We are offering the anglers that were in the first one first option of, first right of refusal if they wanted to get into it. So I will send out that email.
So that's not going to be a continuation of what we were at. That's just going to be a whole new.
It's going to be a brand new event.
Okay.
The Marbleeye Madness was paid out. That all that entry fee, 100% of it was paid back to the eight anglers that won their match. So this will be a all new event.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was in this one. Oh, gotcha. I thought he got.
So yeah, that should be exciting. I know there's a lot of people asking about that. So the plan is to get that up and rolling this week. I'm going to send out that email to all the anglers that fished the prior event tomorrow, and get them locked in, the ones that want to, and then we'll open the rest up to first come, first serve.
And that's all going to be the same as in regular head-to-head format, artificials only, 2 lines only, 3 baits, all those kind of, everything.
Yep. Rich Dather just asked. It will be 2 lines max, 2 presentations, 2 rods, 2 lines. If you want to run two baits on 1 line, you can.
But the stacker rigs, they can't do that anymore, right?
No, there's just too much controversy around that stacker rig. There's too many different rules and too many different ways. Yeah, there's just too much gray area with it to allow it. And again, it goes back to our officials. We don't want to put them into a situation where they're going to potentially cost an angler, thousands of dollars on a decision they have to make.
So for those who are just joining us, we're talking about Marbleeye Madness. We're calling it Marbleeye Madness 2. Everything with the original Marbleeye is kind of handled. They were giving those anglers first right of refusal, and then we potentially may open it up if anybody else wants to fish. But those guys get the first rights.
Yeah, Richard O'Connor said on there, Pinsaki area is bad to no service. Just ask me how. I guess he broke down there. See, I've been hearing it's good, it's bad. We do have the option of running 2 different cell services, so hopefully that one of them 2 will be good. We're going to do everything we can to extend them boundaries as far as we can.
But since they're sitting in here, we could talk about that the big green event. I mean, that should be an exciting event. That's still open for some people that are interested.
Yeah, we surprisingly, we pulled that event from a bass event to a walleye event. The bass event did have very low participation at that time, so we thought it would be best to change it over to Green Lake, which was a lake that, I fished 7-8 tournaments a year on Green Lake as a bass fisherman and catch tons and tons of walleyes. And talking to other people, they would love to see it on there. So registrations have been surprisingly slow for that. We have 1 registration right now, and we're going to make a decision on that this week if we keep that event on Green Lake or move it to another body of water. So potentially we could be rescheduling that one to another same week, just a different body of water.
Would it be another walleye event, or?
Yeah, we want to definitely stick with walleye.
Well, that could be that Petenwell area then, if that opens up.
Yeah, definitely.
David says, "What happened to stacker rigs? I missed that."
One of the first events on the Fox, there was the stackers. There's some people. Everybody does it different. Everybody. There's just no set rule on it. When you take that stacker rig off of your main line, technically you become a line fishing. Clipping it over to another rod, there's just too much controversy with it, so we did go away with it.
Boy, that'd be something.
Mike Mann says you get into that walleye event on Green Lake. You should. They are pretty easy to catch out there, so if you like throwing a jerkbait over grass when the sun's shining, I'm just saying you could probably catch a few walleyes.
Thumbs up, he must be watching.
Lake Puckaway, that's another option.
Could do a multi-lake event.
Yeah, that would be. Them are all close to each other.
So we're looking at Travis, one of the other participants in Digapalooza.
He's been catching a lot of sheephead today.
Yep.
The Pinsaki Triangle.
It's a good look at it if I want to go fast. Come to Canada. Antoine is always on there.
Brad, you can run a three-way with 2 lures on it. That is okay. Them will be your only 2 presentations you can have, but you can do that.
Yeah, Chad said that looked like a Mercury commercial there.
That was a pretty cool shot. Yeah, Bob Klaus is, you silly walleye guys don't want to give up your secret spots on Green Lake. You know, like I said, I fish 7-8 tournaments a year out there, and over the last 7-8 years, I don't think I've ever seen a walleye event on that body of water. So I think we definitely opened some eyes to the walleye world of what Green Lake can put out.
Well, and that's one of the things, I mean, with the original head-to-head series that we had going on this year, there was a lot of different bodies of water that people aren't aware of, you know, have walleyes or big bass in them. So
yeah, the original schedule, I think most events were 3 lakes throughout the week. So
yeah, we had a lot of people asking too about the Minnesota stuff. I mean, you and I have spoken about that. I think we're going to have to, you know, forego all our tournaments that we had scheduled for over there. We would have had one already over there for sure.
Yeah, we would already won for sure.
But we were getting some messages from them saying they had to reschedule or cancel. So
we're giving them with our black.
Stu Martell, how's it going? I'm sure you're excited for next week on Geneva. That should be a fun week. The weather's looking nice. I gotta believe they're pre-spawned smallmouth and largemouth are going to play out there, maybe even some spawning fish. I fished a couple events on Lake Geneva. That is an awesome body of water. I've never been on Delavan, and I'm hearing the same thing about that place. So
Another thing I worry about is getting caught onto a pipe. You know, thinking you're on something and then jack it up to your truck, break the pipe up to pieces. Imagine how many people you piss off of that.
Like some underground AT&T stuff or something.
Oh yeah, you mess with any of those fiber optic cables, you're paying for it.
Oh yeah.
yeah, Mike Mance just said he caught a 10.78 on his birthday on top water on Green Lake walleye. Numerous 7 to 8 pounders caught out there.
the lake's just good for a lot of fish.
Stu, I'll be down in that area tomorrow checking cell service for whitewater. So
Are you taking your boat out there?
I'm unsure yet. If it's not supposed to be, it looks like it's supposed to be a nice day. I think I am going to bring the boat down and actually get on the water and check.
Russell can commentate by himself. I'll go with you.
Do the Matt and Kyle show. Sorry, Brian. We're going fishing today.
We're going fishing.
That's a good point for Minnesota. You can only have one line per guy, so that if you are trolling, I would think you'd see a lot more other techniques then rather than just trolling.
Right.
Yeah, we can definitely look into an ice event. That's something we've been talking about.
Larry Redmond was going to ask if Kyle needs a co-pilot for tomorrow. Beat you to it, Larry. Dylan Williams, you are a winner. Did you get that message? You won a sticker?
Yeah, we always got to go on some R&D trips. Them are a must. I did a lot of R&D in Door County last week when I was off, and still can't have an event up there, unfortunately. I think I checked every inch of Little Sturgeon, Sand Bay, Riley's Bay, Sawyer Harbor. last week was weird. It was the first week in couldn't tell you how many years where I was actually just out catching fish in Door County and not practicing for a tournament with no tournaments going on. And
Right.
man, did I enjoy the heck out of that. Yeah, we do have the Lake Geneva filled up again. We had fortunately, Dominic Kirkpatrick blew his lower unit yesterday, blew a hole in the side of his lower unit, so he had to bow out of the event. We do have that event back full again, so.
I gotta squeak up here really quick and grab some.
Good luck, Leo. Should be a good weekend of bluegill fish. We have not had a ice fishing event yet. I mean, it's something that we potentially want to have.
This is a
So
long day when
it's-
you ain't catching nothing. Yeah, really.
It's something we're considering. Gonna add Travis here.
Is he throwing a rip and wrap type bait or snap jigging, or that looks like a rip and wrap?
Yep.
See, I'm getting this walleye
Yeah,
lingo
you know
down.
what's up. You know what's up.
Them guys fish them things awfully funny. Usually we just cast and reel them, but Garth, that's a good idea. A kids event with H2H bass tournament. We've definitely talked about that as well. There's a lot of local organizations that do great things with kids, and 2021 we could definitely look into doing something along them lines.
Yeah, I still agree, Anthony. I think a carp fishing or a carp bow fishing one would be fun. Just kind of figuring out the format and everything like that. Plus, a lot of those are team events, so you'd have to have a, it doesn't have to be a team event, but a lot of them are. So then you run into social distancing type, stuff. But
with any luck, all this will be behind us here in the next few weeks.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Ha! I love Chris Terry. That's Koshkong and Rock River. That's another one of those events I had set up originally.
Matt had chose, yep.
Fox Chain, we thought about going down there in Illinois. You fished that one before, right? The Fox Chain?
I've been on it once, yep.
The other thing I heard about that area down there is that high boat launch fees.
Yep.
That's kind of the thing when we talked about
Geneva's the same way.
Geneva and Delavan too. A lot of people say it's great fishing, but you got to do it early before all the pleasure boaters get out
typically
there.
Tournaments on Geneva start at 3:34 in the morning.
Yep.
And it's all no wake until I want to say 9 o'clock, might even be 10 o'clock, and at either 9:01 or 10:01 you're getting ran over by ski boats right on the buoy line.
So are we going to start next week a little earlier then?
We're scheduled right now to stick with the 8 to 1. Being before Memorial Day, I think will be okay. Hard to say if it's, and we're during the week, if it's.
Yep.
Looks like it might be in the 70s next week, so possibly there could be some boat traffic, but not like it is during the summer.
No, Ryan, nothing in Michigan. I mean, a lot of the reasons we can't travel is just basically COVID.
Yeah.
We have to. I know Michigan opened up for fishing and everything like that, but we gotta try to keep things as local as we possibly can. So.
Yeah, Michigan's really tough with cell service as well. You know, we would love to be in Bay to Knock, Little Bay, Big Bay, you know, Cedar River area, but there's just no way. Back here watching Travis, he's doing anything he can to catch a walleye. Unfortunately, we still have not been able to get Kevin up and rolling today, but that is the downside of this system. You know, it's when it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, it just he missed one. Yeah, Ryan, you're right. Saginaw's could be a possibility. Brian said he's been up there and the service seems to be good, but Lake Erie's pretty much unfortunately out of the question. Hopefully when 5G gets up and running, that'll change a lot of this, but
Yep, and we've been hearing a lot of states are slowly starting to open up and allowing more things to happen, and it'd just be too much crunch time, you know, middle of the season like this, but swing and a miss again. What is the director's favorite walleye, crake, and color?
what is mine?
Yeah.
If I'm throwing a jerkbait on Green Lake, it's usually a perch color. Gill is another good color for Green Lake. Yeah, Detroit River would probably be okay. St. Clair, you know, is another one would likely be okay. That's just going to be another research and another R&D trip, Matt. We're going to have to go fish St. Clair, preferably in the spring.
Yep.
Buffalo in New York. I know Travis Manson could probably do some cell service stuff out there for us.
Closing in on 30 minutes left here. We can kind of recap where all the battles are at. Here you're looking at Justin Schneider and Nick Schrader. Nick's up by 1 pound 13 ounce with one fish. And a busted prop, so he's happy to be moving on. Then the guys that are in Dink Fest right now is Travis and Kevin, both looking for any walleye to bite. Then we got Kurt Grable and Michael Peters. Kurt's up 5 pounds 10 ounces. That's with two fish. And then Tom and Wesley. Wesley is up with 1 pound 10 ounces.
Illinois River, that's another one on the radar for a walleye event. Well, hopefully I don't need the official quarter for the coin toss.
Do you have it? What does it look like?
It's got a president on one side and
We're just gonna die right here.
Does it have a
I've been hoping to not have to have one.
Does it have a head-to-head logo on it?
Not yet, but we may have to get one. I said after we actually need it, we might put one together.
Bert? Like Peter, 0. Tom P, 0. Wesley Russell, 1 pound, 10 ounces. No change.
Latest weight update, no changes. Opportunity is abounding.
What?
Opportunity is abounding.
Yeah.
And some folks would be giving up. I'm just seeing the window of opportunity opening up here, Greg.
It is. I tell you.
One bite, 1 3-pounder.
All you gotta do is get it in, you know, over the gun before. You don't even have to have it weighed.
Nick, only one matchup right now between Kevin and Travis are in Dinkapalooza. Not sure what Peyton's got going on there, but he's just like one word of a message.
You got to put them all together.
H2H10 is the code if you want to use it on the website. That's therealshot.com.
Matt's going to step out for a potty break. He's going to prime the pump, as he says. Bring Russell back in here.
Man, I need to get a fish to make this interesting.
Yeah, that would definitely make it like just. I'm trying to think, you only need what, 3 extra ounces on them?
Right.
You know.
Yeah. One ounce. Won't even care. 11 ounces.
Yeah, the weather's looking nice for tomorrow, Russell.
Yeah, the weather's going to increasingly get better, obviously, as the week goes along, and that should help.
There's enough of them in the system.
Temperature's definitely going up.
Yeah,
Chances of rain Thursday, but
Yeah, they're always just
fish don't care. They're already wet.
That's
So
right. Yeah, I don't mind that.
To count them under 2 pounds, and now they're nowhere to be found.
Right. Correct.
I don't mind the rain if the temperature increases, for sure.
yeah.
So we're in Dinkfest. Has either one of those anglers, while I stepped out, caught a fish?
They have not.
No.
They were on Travis for a little while there, and he did miss a couple bites. Unsure what they were, but back to Travis here.
Back to trolling. Interesting. Looking at Travis, he's one of the anglers that are involved in the Dinkfest right now. He's switched back up to trolling. Looks like he's letting some boards out. Seems like the wind has let up a little bit, but it has switched a little more as well. Seems like it's gone more west because he's getting even more side drifting going on. Looking here at Wesley and Tom. Any sort of decent 20-inch bite for Tom could give him a last-second victory here. Matt, you're back.
Hey! Just gotta stretch the legs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it gets to be a little bit of time there. Closing in on 20 minutes left.
Yeah, Dylan Williams sent a message. You were the winner, so we just need a way to get you your sticker. So if you live local, you can pick it up. If you do not live local, send us an address. And we can get it shipped. Remember, shipping rates will apply.
Best way is to place an order on the website.
Yeah, which a lot of people have been doing.
If you go over the free shipping mark, you'll get free shipping and your sticker put in.
And you can take advantage of the H2H 10 code. So yeah, that's the best way to do it, is to, like Russell said, place an order, get yourself a product, but throw the free sticker in. Just let us know the order number.
But you're also welcome to just pay for the
Yeah,
shipping
yeah.
of the sticker.
Yep. Can't be a couple bucks to ship it. Remember that Allen's Guide Service this week is taking $50 off if you book a trip with them. Make sure when you call them or message them, whatever you're going to do, let them know that H2H sent you over there. Head-to-head fishing, the original head-to-head. Walleye Nation Creations, Russell's been doing a great job today of sharing their awesome baits.
Hook sets are free, right?
Sportamotive.
Ride the stay back.
But he was looking for a nice pontoon. Now's a good time to head over to Sportamotive. Check out that Sun Tracker line. And we got Oahe Wings and Walleyes. Mag's Custom Rods. I think I mentioned that one already.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously the big one, therealshot.com. I did not get my boat yet. No, I had to get rid of my truck this over the course of last week. It
I never tied on my lucky lure that my son gave me.
Oh, you gotta do that.
needed a lot of work, so I had to let that go if somebody was going to part that out. So now I'm looking for a truck.
My son gave me this, told me to tie this baby on.
Let's see it.
My son said if things get desperate, this will put one on the boat, tie that baby on. I told him I'd bring it along for luck and we'll just see how things go. Gotta admire his creativity.
Yeah, I remember one of my friends' kid, he gave us a rock on a necklace and he told us it was a shark tooth and that was going to be our lucky thing.
We're gonna make a little move.
Okay. Far?
Nope. We're
Okay.
just sliding over that other reef.
Wait.
Eventually, with this wind kicking up here, these fish are gonna set up on the structure and want to eat something eventually. I just don't know if it's gonna be 5 o'clock tonight or in the next half hour.
Well, hopefully the next 20 minutes.
Corey and Lisa say, any new ones made by Walleye Nation Creation?
I don't think any new ones lately anyways. We might do some customs maybe down the road. We haven't yet. I did see there's a pile of new Viper customs back there that the guys are going to get checked in.
All right, there we go. So Dylan says toss it in. Order number 1152. It's up to you. We can throw it in with an order. That way we can be safe. Jotting that down. Thank you for the order, by the way. Thank you to all the orders. Thank you for all the support. 18 minutes remain here. First day of Bago beatdown. Remember, we're back here right away. 8 new anglers tomorrow, starting at 8 o'clock.
Well, it's looking to be one and done.
This is tough. Can't buy a bite now. It's just shut down. Completely shut down.
Sounds like, from the sound of it, the score hasn't changed since like the time off.
Really?
It sounds like the same
No.
scores every time, right?
Yeah.
Apparently,
I'd like
if you
to
have a
change it
camera in
one
the
more
front, you'll
time.
that lets people know that something's
And
happening.
that's it. No one
Right.
else will catch it.
Just one more quick change and we can enter then.
Oh, yeah. So if it was a pre-order hat, then Dylan, if you want the sticker sooner, you can just stop by the store.
We're back where we started.
I'll have one up front with your name on it then. I guess before we close out today's show, let us know what you're going to do.
Well, the lake's nicer over here than when we started.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the wind kind of shifted more straight out of the west than before. It was coming out of the north. Then it was northwest. Now it's almost straight out of the west. Almost looks like it's coming out of the southwest now.
Yeah, David, we'll get your
It ain't blowing. It's really been ugly.
sticker out. Yeah, and it also depends too, Dylan, what hat you ordered. There are some head-to-head hats available. Can't remember if it's the patch hat, I think it was called, or let's see if we can find it.
Dylan's just going to stop by.
Oh, is that okay?
Works out good.
All right, perfect.
Oh yeah, look at them.
Oh no, it's the trucker snapback hat that is available.
They're actually like coming out of this reef.
Yep, that's what's happening. They're hatching right now.
You can't tell me that there's not a walleye swimming around this reef eating these bugs. It's only...
They are. I mean, they're all over here.
We're talking about a lake fly hatch, I think, on Justin Schneider's boat right now.
Well, it got quite a bit more windy where he is.
Yeah, the wind kicked up again. It's not really white capping though, which is interesting.
Unless a different boat drove by.
No, it looks like there is definitely some waves. And you heard him say a minute ago that the wind has picked up again.
Brought you back to Bug Haven. There's got to be fish here eating these bugs. You go over on that reef, there's no bugs coming this reef.
Oh
it's
yeah,
loaded.
I know. And you can see them all on the water right over here. They're all over.
Yeah, you can see the bugs that they're referring to.
Justin's an experienced Winnebago angler. I'm not sure I like the bug hatch, but he apparently feels that it'll help, so. Would love to see him just set into one right here.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Give us a little excitement at the end.
So remember too, after the event concludes, we'll go to the winners. And then if we have to, Kyle, I believe, said he will live stream the coin flip between Travis and Kevin. So that'd be interesting. Will TG sign my sticker?
The godfather of Dinkfest. Love it.
I think we'd have to charge more then. All the royalties would have to go to Troy.
Hey, he's got some white caps there now. You can tell he's also turned a little bit now because he's kind of going with the wind more, or the wind has switched. Got an exciting day tomorrow. We got 8 more anglers, including Captain Keller.
He's going to be on there.
He's probably at home pretty excited right now, I got to think.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is the model, but I don't know.
Dustin, I believe that is full. You'd have to go, let's check here on the registration
Yeah, the Winnebago
page.
June event is full.
Yep. It's not coming up on the registration page, so. Guess you got to get in on Big Green, my friend. Unless that was a bass event. I can't remember. There's so many events right now.
No, there's a Big Green walleye event.
No, I'm saying is this Bago June event?
No,
is
that's
that
walleye.
That is a walleye
Yeah,
one?
First week in June, I believe. 1st through the 5th or something, maybe. Winnebago Walleye Challenge.
Oh, yeah, first. You nailed it.
I'm on my game today.
You are. I'm like,
Captain Keller, there he is in the chat.
oh, is
working
he on there?
His tackle.
Oh, there he is.
Attaboy.
You got any secrets out there? What are you working on? Uh-oh.
Hooked up. Justin Schneider. It's going to be a game changer here. It's going to have to be over 1 pound, 10 ounces, I believe.
It's got to be over 1 pound, 13 ounce.
Is that what it is? 1 pound, 13
Yeah,
ounces? Yep.
Nick's got
Yep,
1
you're
pound,
right.
13.
Walleye, I just don't think he's the size we're looking for. I don't think he's gonna make it. Too little, too late. How much time do I get?
Interesting decision
I gotta
here.
see the zeros first.
I just want to see if he's even gonna make it.
Okay.
But he ain't gonna make it.
It'll turn off automatically.
What's that, bud?
It'll turn off automatically.
Thought it was a walleye as soon as I sent the hook. There's a brief moment where I thought it could maybe be a 2-pounder, but I was pretty certain it wasn't quite what we were looking for.
Got the skunk out. Let's do her now. Plenty of time.
Did that almost look like a Ned rig?
It was a jig and an
I'd
imitation
be unlucky
crawler.
if I was in one of those zeros matches for dinking. Russell's probably in the studio asking why I'm dinking when I'm down by 2 pounds. I had to take a shot at Russell.
Justin's a good dude.
Alright, I gotta scoot around there quick.
Okay.
Because
Yep.
we're off the reef.
I'm solid here, so yeah, we got work.
So where do you think that fish went then?
I would guess that was a 15-inch fish, about 1.2, 1.3 pounds. Or 1 pound, 2 ounce, 1 pound, 3 ounce.
I was
Sorry.
waiting.
Yeah. See,
If you would have let that wood go for another 2 minutes, they would have just blew up on
1
you.
pounds, 2 ounces, 1 pound, 3 ounces. Yeah.
I love it. Wait till the chat catches up. They're gonna hammer you.
Justin needs to weigh a 1 pound, 8 ounce or bigger fish, but he's down 1 pound, 13 ounces, so he's really looking for a 2 pounder ideally.
With 9 minutes left, that's it's gonna be a feat.
Anything can happen.
That's
Yep.
true.
Anything can happen. Eight minutes. And we may have our first head-to-head coin toss. Flip of the coin.
We gonna take any side bets on?
Not ideal. Not an ideal situation. I'm gonna say that due to bad luck and unluck.
I already
unluck.
know where you're going with that.
I'm going with the guy that hasn't been on camera all day wins. Wins the coin toss. He's going to move on. Karma's going to help him.
Oh, man.
Sounds like whoever got lucky enough to catch one legal fish is,
exactly.
is going.
1 point. No, I almost did it.
1 pound, 8 ounces.
1 pound, 8 ounces.
Corey, 1 pound, 8 ounces. 1.5 pounds.
Really?
Oh, man.
2 or 3 fish.
Must be a Monday.
Yeah. Otherwise it's 1 and a 2, and everyone else is 0.
Wow. Well, we got 8 minutes to not have a zoo.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would have thought on the Winnebago system, just about middle of May, we'd be talking about a coin flip?
Right.
Wow, but this is a lot of fun anyways. Just the hype all the way up to it and then getting to fish it. It was, it was all fun. Especially when all our other tournaments were canceled and moved and shuffled to other times.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's just been such a bad spring.
That's a fact.
No, as long as the fish is above the gunnel, with as the clock runs out, that fish counts. There's no penalty at that point to either if the fish would hit the floor.
Well, I mean, there's a penalty, but the penalties can be served after the time. So it's
Right,
irrelevant.
right, yeah. But I mean, really.
He'll be happy to serve the penalty.
Right.
Yeah, we're in 2 foot of water.
Oh, okay.
I like when the flag goes down and just slowly goes back and stays there. Then we're looking good. Right now it's just bouncing in the rocks.
Cliff, we've had a couple afternoon tournaments on double headers, but we haven't really talked about like that being the regular at all yet. I have to be home by a certain time, so Brian's got to sort of make the schedule based on what time my wife wants me home.
Yeah, for those who don't like it, they can blame Russell. You can send Russell a message at
at H2Trot.
Yeah, what is it? Fishingtech.com or whatever.
H2Trot on Instagram.
Five minutes, 30 seconds remain. Remember, we're going to go out to the water and have some winning interviews, and then we'll come back in here and get Russell's insights on what we're going to see tomorrow with our new 8. All head-to-head events start with 16 anglers. We fish 8 on Monday, 8 on Tuesday. Then we narrow that field down to 8 Wednesday, so on and so forth. The updated bracket, which I really like. I like the way the bracket is set now. It was a great move. I think the viewers like that as well. Less than 5 minutes remain. We can just kind of recap some of our amazing sponsors that have helped us out with head-to-head. Sportomotive, Meg's Custom Rods, Walleye Wings and Walleyes, Walleye Nation Creations, Allen's Guide Service, and of course the Real Shot. Making a purchase on therealshot.com, make sure to enter H2H10 to take 10% off. And then also, if you're interested in booking a trip with Allen's Guide Service, let them know that Head-to-Head sent you, and you'll take $50 off a trip right now. Eric, if you go to the H2H fishing.com website, is Travis battling one?
No, I'm guessing he maybe wants to check a bait real quick. Interesting. Theory.
You can see the new way the bracket is, just bigger, more payouts, back to 100% payout. Has more action. Yeah, water temps were said earlier right around 49. Thank you, everybody, again for watching Head-to-Head Fishing today on the Bago Beatdown. We appreciate it. A lot of people saying they missed us last week. We missed everybody, too. It's exciting to be back in the chair talking here with you, Russell.
Yeah, you know, it does kind of feel odd when you go a whole week with no head-to-head.
Right.
Well, and actually for us it was like a week and a half because we had the last Green Bay tournament called early with the crazy weather conditions.
Oh, man, that was absolutely nuts. Somebody had mentioned it's like the wind seems a lot stronger this spring so far. It just seems like it never stops.
Yeah, there's a lot of wind and a lot of rain. We had a lot of both, I felt like, this spring, which created high water and heavy winds.
Oh, that one guy that they both had zeros, the one guy caught one.
Did you really?
Not your guy, different guy, but yeah.
Check my bracket here, see how I fared. You can, since you're at the head there, Russell, you want to share the head-to-head sticker contest one last time before we come back in studio?
Absolutely. If you want to enter the head-to-head fishing or sticker contest, excuse me. There's a link to that.
Yeah, that's a fun one. That gets you your chance for a $1,000 gift card.
That is actually really cool.
TheRealShot.com,
I
and
think it's going to happen, so
you can enter once per sticker.
Their hats off to all Marine, Jacob, and Tracy. Boat's running beautiful. Everything's working great. And whatever sponsors are you see all over the boat, Dave's Electric, Macco Tools, Eastside Lumber, D&W Seamless Gutters, Restoration of Verno. Didn't happen today, but appreciate you guys for helping me get on the water. So, thanks everybody. I got 1 minute left. It would have to happen really quick.
If it does, it'll be dramatic, that's for sure.
Right.
And 30 seconds remain.
Counting down. 28, 27, I'd be like, wow.
Yeah, I'll hear it in my ear too.
Down to 10 seconds. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Day one, Bago beatdown was a kind of a beatdown. I mean, it was rough out there.
The anglers got beat down.
They did.
Instead of the fish today, which, not surprised, was sort of what I expected in being in communication with a lot of fishermen over the weekend and then a few of the tournament anglers pre-fishing. I knew it was going to be tough. Unfortunately, that's part of dealing with Mother Nature.
Yep.
I don't think it has anything to do with the Winnebago system. I think the Winnebago system will be good this year. I just don't think it's good right now. But what I do think is that the fishing could very well improve throughout the week.
Yep.
You heard Kurt the Killer Grable say that. That's a pretty safe bet too. It could be hard to get slower than today. But,
Right.
But Kurt the Killer Grable said the same thing on his idol down the river, that he expects it to get better throughout the week as the nicer weather is coming. We're seeing 60s and even maybe 70 towards the end of the week.
Yep.
And the nice part about our format now is, since Brian and Kyle have changed the format, it's not that we're only going to see 2 anglers on the last day. So we're going to have a minimum of 6 boats all the way through the week now.
Yep.
So we should have some good action, I think, getting later into the week. And I won't be surprised if we even see a little bit of better action tomorrow, being that I think the guys were fairly grouped up today a little bit. I expect after the guys today watch that be slow, I think there'll be 1 or 2 little pockets of 2-3 boats tomorrow, maybe. But I do see some guys adventuring out further.
I was going to
places
say,
where we haven't seen.
Do you see some different bodies of water, the upper lakes, so on and so
Could
forth?
see the upper lakes come into play. Maybe we see some north end of Winnebago come into play. You're going to see a couple of guys, I think, personally, at the bridge tomorrow. Locked in there, but the rest of the guys I think might spread out a little bit.
Tactics, do you think will be the same? A lot of pulling flies, trolling?
I think you're going to see trolling and or pulling flies tomorrow.
You don't think we're going to see much for jigging?
Maybe one jig fisherman.
Okay.
That's my prediction. Now, I could be 100% wrong.
You're usually spot on with your predictions.
I'm going to go with 2 to 3 guys pulling flies, 3 guys or so trolling, and 1 maximum 2 jig fishermen tomorrow, because jigging just didn't play well today.
No, it didn't really pan out. Well, remember, as we're waiting to go out to the lake here and have our winning interviews, we do have to go to the coin flip today. Unfortunately, that's not the way we wanted everything to work, but I believe Kyle is going to go live to the head-to-head Facebook page. When
we won't have it here, but
no,
it'll
be live on the at the landing when those guys meet up and do the coin flip. So, that's unfortunate that had to pan out, but luckily it's in the rules, so we can kind of have a winner move forward until Wednesday. And as we get caught up here, thanks again to all our sponsors. They did a phenomenal job of helping us support head-to-head, and thank everybody at home who has been watching head-to-head. Now, what is it, our 6th week or 7th, 5th, 7th? I can't remember.
I'm losing track.
I know, but it's fun and exciting, so all that kind of stuff. And don't forget that we have that awesome head-to-head sticker contest going on. We've been dropping the links quite a few times. You can find all that information on headtoheadfishing.com. So I don't know if we have anybody ready to go here yet, but I'm super excited to be back here commentating with Russell. You do a great job.
Week.
I like the way you share the knowledge. It's very informative. I think the viewers love that, all that kind of great stuff as well. So, again, Zach and Brian, the camera officials, if you are interested in helping out in any way with head-to-head fishing, I think we're kind of set on camera officials for a while, but you can send us a message to the head-to-head Facebook page. And to the winners, we will get your stickers out as soon as we possibly can. Remember, unfortunately, there may be a shipping and handling fee, but, we'll just place that with an order, and we can help you out with that. H2H10 code is still active on therealshot.com. So, I'm pretty excited for tomorrow, Russell. We got some heavy hitters coming up again.
It's obviously going to be fun to have Captain Keller involved.
Yes.
Being, that he's obviously part of the family here at the Real Shot. It was like when Justin fished. It just adds a little bit of extra for all of us to watch that. But also, I think for the viewers who have obviously come to know Captain Keller now through his commentating, it'll be fun for them too to cheer for tomorrow and see how he prevails against.
He's got a lot of experience too. I mean, I wouldn't count him out of anything.
No, he lives on the body of water.
He knows that.
He knows what's cooking there right now.
Yep.
Captain Keller knows what's cooking. So.
And I guess if he beat you, he must know what he's going.
Yeah, well, that doesn't take much sometimes, right? It just depends on the day. So I, on the other hand, do not live on Winnebago,
right?
And do not always know what's cooking. But I try to do my best. So no, I expect him to. I expect him to be trolling tomorrow. I don't think he'll do anything but troll. I think he'll troll boards, and he'll probably fish a few spots. 3, I'm going to say. Keller
3 spots.
3 spots tomorrow.
Okay.
And if he fishes less than 3 spots, things are going really well. But there's 3 spots I think he'll fish tomorrow, and my expectation is I'm going to predict Jim catches 2 fish, 2 weighable fish.
2. Okay, that's a good bold prediction. All right, let's head out to the water and see our first winning interview.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank all my sponsors. Prime One Camo is a big sponsor of mine. Moon Marine. I want to finally like to keep my boat going. I'll have to go visit him tonight, get a new prop for my trolling motor. And then also Sportsman Appleton. Inner and outer strength and fitness is another one. Today is not how I wanted to go. I really wanted more fish. It's cold front and everything like that. It's hard. I guess making it to the next round, I got a lot of work ahead of me this week, and we'll see how it goes.
Hey, I just want to thank my family and friends for watching today. It was brutal out there. I had to work for every bite I had, and thankfully I had just one good one that was able to skate by, but I'm looking forward to taking a day off tomorrow finally and just relaxing and watching some fishing and get ready to get back after it on Wednesday.
Say thank you to your family and your sponsors.
Thank you to my grandma, my mom, and my aunt for making packing my lunch. That was nice. I relaxed in that cooler in the back of the boat and was able to snack a little bit and enjoy my coffee while I caught my fish. It was a fun day. That big fish came at a perfect time.
All right.
There we are. Kurt, yeah, so the fishermen were about as talkative as they were on the water.
Yep.
I know Kurt is, I think he's excited. I think Kurt thinks he's got this tournament sort of setting up well for him. He's a grinder. He's a tough bite fisherman. We saw that in the last time he fished and won. Things are stacking up for him to be successful. But each and every matchup and each and every new day is going to definitely, change the scenario a little bit for him. But I think he's one that's going to be really tough to beat throughout this whole process. I also think a couple guys tomorrow that are local guys, Lapine, Walzer, Stadler, RJ, those guys are very knowledgeable guys. Captain Keller.
Yep.
I'm excited. I can't wait for tomorrow, actually. Even though it was a little bit slower today, I expect the numbers to be a little better tomorrow.
So what time can everybody start watching again tomorrow, Russell?
8 a.m.
All right, awesome. Thanks, everybody, again. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning for Bago Beatdown starting at 8 o'clock.